Hello.
Hello.
So I'm tweeting out announcements and
Alright.
all the usual stuff. But what we'll do next is we will get into a lobby. I'm going to create a pool, and then I'll DM you guys the name of the pool, and you'll be able to join from there. I'll also send you the password to it.
Alright.
Discord, what the heck are you picking up?
I'm so glad we're out of the last Anarchy open rotation. We were playing it for the whole rotation because that's when we were available.
Yeah.
And I'm back clams. It
Yep.
was so painful. Almost every match went to 8 minutes on mincemeat.
Yeah. My pals and I were playing a few matches on that rotation, and we experienced the true horrors of mincemeat metalwork clam.
And I don't have X rank because I was an S+10. So
yeah,
yeah.
no escape. Just suffering.
Alright.
You should both have the DM there, so just make sure not to read that out loud, and you can join the lobby from there.
Leave the gay Splatoon pool. It's Happy Pride Month.
Yes.
All right. Yes, happy Pride Month. Hello to Mustard. Shut up, it's summer, I don't want school. Too bad! And hello, Control Defrost. And hello, Weege, and Julius's Perfection Right, and Sketch. And hello, Doovie. You're welcome to hop into the commentary channel and join us. And hello, Frosted Midnight, and hello, Chaluna, and Explosher Enjoyer. And the Sleepy Boy. And Phydro, hello, and Angel Heavens, I think. Hello. And hello, Lost Bones 64. And hello, Whistlewind Wolf and Jaden and Alia Beck and Eden. My name is Paintbrush Enjoyer now. There we go. And hello, JR Hyde. And hello, Moonside Bakery. Welcome, everybody.
I accidentally went to Alterna.
Alright, looks like Devi is on her way. And also, hello, Bubble Boy. So, let me know when you guys are both in the pool, and I'll send out the invite.
Oh, yeah.
Alright, sending it now.
Ready?
Yeah.
Okay, we're missing chat overlay, thank you. There's chat. Now we can see you. Hello, Bunny Hugger. Alright.
This is gonna be fun.
So we got Z-Tech on the Stringer, Beast Mode on Glugas. I imagine we'll probably get Devi on Splash, looking at that. But we'll see. I think Devi said aye, so I'm assuming that she is on her way.
Alright.
So in the meantime, I'm going to eat sandwich.
Okay.
I just had a sandwich.
And Z-Tech Valimar says hi.
Hello.
By the way, you could just call me Beast, because it's a mouthful, kinda.
Sounds good.
My pals, some more pals are watching the stream and they're in DM saying, "Go Z-Tech!"
There you go.
Yeah, my teammates are watching too.
We love
Debbie.
supportive teammates.
Yeah.
They contribute significantly to on-stream engagement, and also they're pretty cool.
Yeah.
And Devi is here as well. Hello, Devi.
Hello.
Hi, Debbie.
Hi, Debbie.
And hello, Leon. Debbie, we've got a lobby up.
I know.
You'll know the pass. Okay, awesome.
Getting all the
Mhm.
connection phase.
All good, all
At
good.
least,
Take your time.
at least you're not in Alterna.
No, I'm generally just chilling in the plaza for some reason. Oh. Damn, I almost put in the old WPG. I don't know why, but that was the first thing I put in. Okie dokie here.
Hello, Grizco VP, and welcome to all of the Raiders. I get Grizco is amazing at Dynamo Roller. Grizco is literally DivX with Dynamo. So, something must have happened. Grizco Vice President is good at Dynamo Roller. This stream is officially sponsored by Grizco.
Oh gosh.
Let's go.
That's a terrifying thought. Okay,
Yep.
we've
Just a
got
bit.
those things, so I'm gonna go with these things. Barnacle zones.
I have not
Yay.
played on Barnacle Zones yet.
Neither have I.
I mean, this might be the very first rotation in which it has been available, for all we know.
Yeah, I just haven't. I don't have enough people that play this game to do a PB. Alright.
Now everyone's getting sad because Gold Dynamo was mentioned.
Aww.
That's fair.
Speaking of Dynamo,
Drop roller T-Tech. So heads up if you're camping their jumps.
Alright.
There's nobody bottom right. I take that back. There's one pushing.
one ball point
bombed
is
it.
on your sniper.
Thank you for the
thing.
bomb. Going for zone.
Alright. Thank you, Billy Bomb.
Ball point.
Someone burned up.
Got
One back
arrow.
at zone right. Hit him twice. I'm down.
Got him.
Nice.
Nice.
Just Dynamo. Just Dynamo. Push up.
Oh, found it! With my face!
Yeah, it's fine. Good
Nice.
trade.
I'm gonna try and put arrows to keep them back. No, then that's
Zuki.
And bomb
got
the
one.
convert
Feeling two. Oh, I got that. Booyah.
I got one of the bombs.
I'm gonna die to strikes though. We're out of zone.
Ooh! Ooh! I tried to dodge roll backwards, but it did not work.
Ouch.
I at least tried.
I had blue.
Dynamo top right.
Yeah, that's
Yep.
someone
I
first
am at least trying to get a tri-strike
Oh.
off.
T-Tech on me.
Alright.
In the mist. Got him.
Nice. What we doing, Bruce?
Dynamo
I'll be
down.
ready.
Ball point weak on their zone.
Nice.
One on right. One on right. Got him. And there's
Drop
the
roller
jump.
maybe?
Jump.
Goofy down.
Yep.
Yep, they had it. Nice.
Nice. It only the.
Dynamo down. Just ball point.
Nice.
I am painting.
I'm gonna try and get some.
I'm booyahing.
Alright, I'm gonna wait.
I'll push in with it.
I'll booyah.
Got one.
Nice, that's two.
There's someone pushing up.
One by
on
me. Uh-oh.
Nice.
Thanks.
Now I don't know where to go from here.
Just keep maintaining that spot, really. Because you can miss the snipe spot or the top left. Because they're going to try and go at the top left. Two of them are already there! Oh,
Got
thank
Dynamo.
you. Oh, ball point on me.
Not anymore.
Oh, there's I traded with the T-Tech.
Oh,
Okay,
oh.
nice. Just arrow spray. They're booyahing. Painting through
Yeah.
booyah. That should be game.
Top left.
Right.
Nice.
Nice. Good game. Can we get the
I got 3 golds.
I did
Let's
not.
see. I got 2, 1 silver. Dang.
Ah, rip.
Do you have to have 3 to do it?
Pretty much.
Actually, earlier when my pals were playing in turf, 2 of us got 3. We were right next to each other, and it still didn't fist bump.
That kind of happened yesterday with us too. I was kind of in the middle of Kitty and Jem every time they got 3 golds, and it's like I was blocking it.
Yeah, no, like 2 of us both got 3, and we were both next to each other. And
Oh, and it
wasn't-
didn't go. Weird.
Yeah, it just didn't go.
Someone also said it was just randomly if it would go off too. It's like if you met the requirement, sometimes it just doesn't go. But I don't know. It's interesting.
Yeah, that's so lame.
It should have been part of the emote, to be honest.
I'm chuckling to myself about how the Aerospray's name was Rizzler.
Yeah, I saw that. That was amazing.
That's a funny name.
Yep.
Yeah.
Leader heavy.
I'm glad I actually brought missiles for this.
What do you think, chat? Do Aerospray users have Riz?
I think they do.
I don't
They're
think
using-
so.
I think that's a controversial position.
I think they do. I think every weapon has
One bottom
ridge.
left.
Uh,
3 on the right, 1 left.
Do CDS or weak?
Going for cap, got it. Leader on left. Ah, I got too far away from it. I'm down. Your leader's still left.
Kraken
Do
is
they know
on
you're
me.
there, Debbie?
I know.
Well,
Do they?
let's-
That was a
let's
question.
go.
No, they didn't, but I messed up the
They
flick.
just hit through my
The
wall.
slasher got me.
I
They
know.
just, they just hit through my wall. There's a first again.
Okay. Crud.
Oh.
Slasher got me.
I'm
Yeah.
doing here.
Someone's coming in on left.
Okay,
We're one
2
down, be
zone,
careful.
2 left.
Yeah, 2 bottom left.
Left is weak. Got him.
Nice.
Zuking leader. What? That didn't hit him? Ah.
Ah.
Rip. We need zone fairly soon, but don't die
Yeah,
for
we're,
it.
we're contesting it, but there's a bunch of range weapons watching it.
Yeah,
got me.
slasher. Oh, Kraken is
Stop.
coming
It's a cracker!
in. Yeah, I don't know why I called it Cracker.
Just out of randomness, I'm gonna call it a cracker just to break seriousness.
You might not want to do that just because of Twitch terms of service.
Oh.
Oh.
Oh,
Oh yeah, right. It doesn't like that, does it?
Oh no.
took me a second. I was like, what?
Yeah.
I thought of like the.
Don't worry about it too much, but it's probably not a word to say on streams when you don't have to.
Fair enough.
I was just thinking of the graham cracker.
Yeah. No, I totally get it.
How in the world? Okay.
I just needed to stop challenging the CDS there.
Yeah, I think they got us pretty locked out.
So what side are you on about calling Wiper Deco diaper?
I think
No.
it's hilarious.
It's silly. I don't think it's really necessary, because what people are just gonna say is sword down.
True. But it is fun.
Some people find it very funny, and then others find it just unacceptable.
Yeah.
Oh,
Which is probably why the others find it funny, so here we are.
yeah.
Yeah, more or less, yeah. Alright, same team. Let's not get locked this time.
We weren't necessarily locked out to begin with. They were just, you know, like they had more control of mid, and we just kept
Yeah.
going down in the corner.
Careful there.
Yeah,
Okay,
careful
we're one
for
down.
the leader.
We really died to slap.
I got one.
Put it in some arrows.
I
in
got
the-
two.
Near bottom,
Nice.
right?
There's someone pushing up. I'm surprised it didn't die to that bomb.
Well, one of them died to my bomb.
Charger on left, I'm pushing them.
Careful of the Kraken.
Oh, yep.
Traded charger. There's one of my ouch.
Oof.
I brought him
I need
Drop
back
left,
up.
drop left.
Ah. I'm gonna take him out.
I'm going left.
Yeah.
Okay, we're staggered here. We need to.
Yeah, back up, don't go in.
I'm gonna paint for special.
Julie on me. Oh,
Waiting for the
and
strikes to
leader.
go up, and then Zuking. Zuking now.
Alright. I have whale.
I'm down to DS on right.
I have a bomb.
Oh, bucket on me.
Don't go in too far here.
I need assistance.
I'm gonna try and whale.
I'm down.
It's. I'm in on right. I don't think they saw.
Alright. Yeah, the Eater's
Start pushing
watching
up.
me.
Start pushing up. Got
I'm
one.
Close to this.
Ball point weak on back of zone. We need zone.
I'm gonna try and paint zone.
1 week on left.
Zone.
There we go. Good
Not
job.
zone.
There's a
Bucket's
beacon.
still on the left.
Buckets on left. Let's collapse that. Pushing them. They're on zone. Got them.
One
Secret.
behind us.
Yeah. I mean, it's custom juniors. Julies.
Kraken.
Dually Squelchers got me from behind. Careful, Devi, you're alone.
I got 3 of them, so we're
Okay,
fine.
go in for zone. Go in for zone.
Alright.
On me. They're weak. They got me? Nice. Trade.
Ah. Nice. I have whale for no responding.
Watch out.
I'm gonna try and pressure that E-leader.
DS got me on left. They're coming over the top.
Oh,
Yep.
hello. I need back up.
We're split. We're
I
split.
missed.
DS on my ouch.
Oh,
I'm
they didn't see
booyahing.
me, thankfully.
Yeah.
Careful,
they're,
we're split up. Let's back up and regroup.
I got the leader.
Nice.
I still can't push in yet. Buckets on me on
I'm
zone
down.
here.
Yeah. They're back in the. One's in the. 3 were in the back right corner. The bucket was above the stuff.
Nice.
Got one with Zooks. Got leader. That's 2 down.
Nice.
Go for zone.
Nice. I have whale.
So that they can
Find beacons when you can.
Oh, I went in too far. My bad. We're gonna take top left and one on snipe.
DS has been coming out
Saving
top
it.
left every time. Pushing them.
There it is. They're right below me.
Got one. Leader
Back
down.
Good behind you, Ben.
I'm down to
There's
Kraken.
one by the ramp.
Alright.
Yeah, good job. Those
Yeah.
dualies were lone. Make sure we
Just need
keep
to hold
zone.
it.
We're close to
Yeah.
lead here. One's coming through
Behind
right.
me.
On bottom right. Buckets on bottom.
Got him.
Thank you.
Nice.
You're gonna have to hold that. I'm not there to paint. Nice.
Nice. Nice.
Good job.
Nice.
Yeah. So what happened when I was the only one on zone? I kind of sharked when the E-leader dropped off their snipe, so they gave it to me for free. Like, or I should say, like, straight across. It was that upper left corner, right? So I sharked there. I dropped. I put a bomb at my feet, splatted one, and the bomb got 2.
Wow. Crazy.
And I was like, alright, this works. They're all grouped up.
Reporting for summer school. Welcome, Krylie.
I went even.
I'm gonna switch weapons.
Okay.
Oh, okay. Shoot. I'll sleep mode out.
No, you don't need to.
Yeah, we don't
Oh, right. That's
We're
been
free.
fixed.
Jerry!
We're free. we have been blessed by the devs for once.
Wait. I'm still. Oh no. Okay. It looked like I was still in for a second.
Well, you
Oh.
can join us.
Yeah, we're the hosts now.
Z-Tech, what are you changing to?
I'm nothing. He's going to change.
Oh.
I don't know
Yes.
what I'm changing to quite yet. Probably dualies.
Okay.
Well, map mode. No, not map mode.
No,
that
it's
was
not,
just
'cause
me
you
getting back in.
It's you being a genius.
Still spot zones. I am tall now. Oh, I'm tall. Now I'm tall.
Oh yeah. Apparently I'm the...
Red.
All right, here we are.
Hello.
Welcome, Jamie. And yes, I use light mode. Cry about it. I failed Squid School, so I have to do a remedial summer class. Welcome, welcome. We're all in this together.
Yeah, it's okay. I only.
And welcome, Koyo
Crab
Wen.
is good on Barnacle.
Z-Tech, are you going dualies or are you staying bow?
Same bow.
Or, sorry, who
Beast.
said they were going dualies? Oh, right. Sorry, I had your voices backwards.
Beast.
No problem.
My voice is the one exuding excessive riz.
Dualies.
Don't mind me, I'm the janitor at this school. I don't get off until like a month after y'all leave to clean up your mess.
I'm gonna probably regret this, but I'm gonna try it.
It's okay. Bacteria in the air cleans up the ink.
Oh no, she pulled out the diaper.
The diaper.
Yes, the Devi wiper.
The Debbie wiper.
No, it's the Viper.
The viper. Yeah, actually, that sounds pretty cool.
That's a Pokemon.
No, that's Viper.
No,
No, it's a Pokemon.
it's a viper.
No, that's a different one.
I
Okay.
no. That hurt me. That gave me immense pain.
I'm running full QR, by the way, on dualies.
Outstanding.
So note, I will definitely be playing these more sporty.
Mm-hmm.
Or they use this.
Tend to miss out, man.
Yeah, for sure. Like, we basically only want you fighting when you have missiles.
Yep.
Unless you
Yeah.
have to.
Or I'm near you guys and one of you's
Mhm.
already fighting.
Yeah.
If I'm fighting, there's probably something wrong. Devi, I love how your title covers your entire splash tag.
I can make it worse.
Rapid Pro Deco. I've not fought that weapon yet.
I'm just gonna flank left right away. Got one, I'm down.
I'm gonna rush machine.
We're down.
Yeah, back up a little.
Paintbrush coming.
Okay, I'm gonna
And
jump out.
Rushes on the flat.
Did they?
I don't-
Did they?
I will.
Oh no, I
Got
messed
one.
that up.
Oh, Crab wants the wave ends. I'm crabbing.
They got me from zone. Rapid.
Missiling. 2 left, 2 right. Rapids on me. And everything else.
Oh goodness. That was bad, bro. Okay.
I
Got
probably
bro.
went rapid.
Careful,
myself.
don't go in yet. Actually, we kind of need to go in.
Yep.
Yeah,
Zuking, got one.
nice.
Got two. We need zone. Ah.
No.
We need to be a little bit careful about going in when players are down. I'm noticing that, like, we'll stagger a lot.
Yeah. That's something I've been trying to work on. For a bit.
Yeah, sometimes those numbers advantage.
It's like, try to train yourself that, like, when you hear that someone's down, to, like, condition yourself to back up when you hear that, or to, you know, make sure that you're safe, to not approach enemy ink, that kind of thing.
Yeah.
I think I'll stick to the flings up.
I mean, we could be both, Debbie. We could go double tri-stringer.
I wouldn't do double tri-stringer. I'd honestly, actually, like, I'd probably go the V-heavy, in all honesty. Because I think Wave Breaker would be pretty solid for controlling that middle area on zone, especially when we have another special. Yeah.
But
I'd
think
do
of the
that, or
memes, Doovie.
Exactly.
I can try pain.
And I'm trying to, what is it for me? I'm trying to figure out, like, what would work in this case scenario for me, because it's something I need to figure out in a comp setting as well. So, especially for Flounder, so if we get Flounder, that would be actually kind of nice for me.
Yeah.
Jamie
That's
says
part of
V Heavy's
me-
good on that map.
Yeah, that's what I thought. Be heavy and, like, even just ink jetting from the backside and sniping over the side from the ballpoint still does well.
69. 72 seconds matching.
People are asking, what's your opinion on Paintbrush so far? Really, really slow fire rate, which makes it... I think it's significantly worse at the shark and ambush playstyle than a lot of people seem to think it is. Like, it's definitely, you know, an aspect of its playstyle that it should take advantage of, but it's also, like, if you're picking it for sharking and ambushes, that's the wrong reason, I think. You're picking it if you want a shark and ambush weapon that can farm for Wave Breaker. It's going to be kind of like a support, and the way that it fights when it does have to fight is by sharking. Which is a little bit awkward of a combination of things, because if you want to be painting, then you don't want to be sharking.
Missile 3 on the right.
Brush got in.
I got him, don't worry.
Nice.
That's an inkjet.
Alright.
I'm being chased. Whee! I got inkjetted.
Alright, 3v3. We can keep going here.
There's one on the left side of zone.
Nice cap.
Left side of zone still.
Oh, either got me.
Rush in the...
Got Brush.
Uh,
I'm behind them, applying pressure. See if we
Okay.
can get to zone.
yeah, I'm here, but a leader can see me. There's an inkjet.
Working on the leader.
I got zone.
Oh, that was
Uh-oh.
not a person. That was a bomb. Behind zone, behind zone.
I know. I'm gonna die, but I missile 3 on the left. Rush is on the right. Oh, they're all going right. They all went to the right.
Nice.
Yep. Got one with bomb.
Already?
Got one. Leader on zone, back right. Got him. There's a jump. Brush on my ouch.
Oh,
Still one right corridor.
I got not, but Rush got me.
Nice.
Rush on the left. They're going back up the top. Leader's on the right.
Careful of the inkjet. Brush is being alright. Oh, either's watching me.
You're not.
Traded knot. Brush where the knot was.
Got him.
Nice, that's 2 down.
Nice. Everyone ready?
Get zone when you
Missile
can.
the leader.
2 on the back right. 1 going left.
Yeah. I'm gonna get
Get up,
inkjetted here.
Oh
Careful of the
no.
knot.
I keep forgetting how short the flings the horizontal vertical is. Oh, that okay.
Yeah.
I needed to back up there, but I couldn't.
Oh, leader, watch out.
Oh, yep.
Waiting the whale out. Brush pushing, brush pushing. Help with brush.
Got
There we go,
brush.
thank you. Zuking.
Not as weak on snipe.
I got the inkjet.
Alright, wheeling them. In
Is in zone. Nice, man.
Leader on top left. I almost have a missile. I have a
Oh,
missile.
brush
Oh,
got me bottom right.
I got sniped. My feet were
We're two
pinned.
down. We don't have zone. Back up, stay alive. We need to be able to jump in.
I don't think that's the same.
Okay, we've got to go for zone now.
Alright.
I'm crabbing.
Oh, crab won't paint it.
I mean, there was that was our best shot.
Yeah.
Yeah, with 20 ticks left on the zone, you got to do things that aren't necessarily safe to be able to get it back. Otherwise, the game's just gonna bleed out. So,
Yeah.
you know, I would prefer not to have pushed onto a 1v4 on the zone, but that's kind of what we had to do. So, at the end there, you kind of just got to hit the go button.
Yeah.
I was a little backed up at spawn. Yeah.
Something that's important for this map is make sure that you're not going the same way as somebody else's. Because the map is small enough that you're probably going to be able to help them if they start a fight with somebody, you know, maybe if you're going in right and they're going in left, you're still going to be able to shoot at the same person. But if we go in the same spot, we're just going to get hit by the same inkjet shot or like collided by the E-liter or something. It's too narrow. So
With
if
the
one
one
person's
inkjet,
going in one entrance, then someone's got to go in the other entrance.
with that one inkjet, I will say I thought I had the landed roller thing to one-shot it because they were low enough, but I underestimated the flick.
Gotcha.
I needed to vertical that one, not horizontal that one. So
But yeah, I noticed it happening a couple of times, so putting that out there.
I'm trying to play super aggro, and that just doesn't work.
It works if we do it at the right time and in coordination with other
With
people.
people.
It doesn't work
Yeah,
if you
I
do it by
like
yourself.
Holding forward, because that's a bad habit I have.
It's like what you want to, like, don't lose that muscle memory of holding forward. You just need to decide when to hold forward. Like, you need to know when to pull the trigger. So instead of just hold forward all the time, you're looking for when do we have advantage, and as soon as we do, then you hold forward.
Makes sense.
Because the opposite of when you tell someone like play less aggressive, what they're going to do is stay really far back and have no impact on the game whatsoever. And if you tell someone to play more aggressive, they're going to feed. The answer is not be more or less aggressive or passive. The idea is collect information so you know when to do one or the other.
All right.
Pushing zone? Oh, well,
Well-
everything landed on me right as I did. Good bomb.
Oh, then
Yeah,
let's-
I'm gonna be careful.
there's two climbing up the wall.
Yeah, they're coming up over the zone there.
I did not have good eyes up on them.
We
I got directed.
What? I couldn't see anything.
I don't know
Careful
how you
beast,
went
careful
down
beast,
there.
you're alone.
Yep, I need to back up with missiles. Is that ready?
Nice, we got Tetris there.
Alright.
That's our zone. Now we need to get theirs.
Watch out for
Careful
Luna.
flank.
I got Luna.
Got one.
Oh, there's one
One
on my
drop
right.
left, got me. Tetris,
There's
they're coming
someone
up left zone. We still need their zone here.
I know, we can't move up yet. There's two underneath the bridge.
Yeah.
Beast is gonna flank right. Be ready to push in with that.
We're one down.
Yep.
And there's missiles.
Beast is down. I'm backing up.
I should've pushed.
I got one.
I'm being pushed in right. I got him. I traded though.
There's one on my left.
Yeah, they dropped.
They're still here. 2 of them.
Got Luna. Tetras got me. Tetras are going towards our base.
Viper in the bottom.
Oh, hello, Tetris.
Luna directed me.
I'm down.
Oh, Viper glitched on me. Gosh darn it.
Your last beast, your last.
Alright. Got Luna.
Nice.
Okay, let's push in ramp. There's one stuck there.
I'm gonna crab
Got him.
on this.
We need zones. We've got numbers.
Get one.
Luna got me.
We still need their zone.
Luna jumped back.
Can't. My feet.
You gotta back up.
Tetras.
Oh my god, that's not where I wanted to flow. No!
Uh-oh.
And then my controller just malfunctioned.
Light was on me.
That's gonna be game. See if we can stall our zone as much as we can, but
I tried it at the end there, but didn't keep the zone.
when we have the numbers advantage, the thing is we need to push up quickly enough that we can get to their zone, because otherwise we just never cap it and they get to keep scoring.
Yeah, I kept getting pushed by the Lytras and couldn't push it.
With one pushing there, kind of left me in a corner, so I couldn't follow up with anybody, because either we were too far away from me or split between the 2 in the middle. And it's like, okay, I can't really hit much else here. I can tap him once, but I'm gonna go down by the time I hit the second one.
We lost Debbie there.
Yeah, it just booted me out.
Death.
I'm just gonna leave room and remake.
You're fine. I should
Alright.
be able to see it.
Well, I think we'd started matchmaking.
Yeah, never mind.
No, we did not start matchmaking.
Oh.
Yeah, I think when...
Alright, I'll leave it.
Because I hit go ahead. Did it stop matchmaking because someone left?
I think
No,
so.
because if someone disconnects or presses no, it just boots us to the weapon selection screen, essentially.
Oh, okay. Well, lobby's back up.
Where, yep, or whatever.
Gem, as the best comp Splatoon player who also played Melee at some point. I don't even know if that's true. I need your input for smart I'm doing. What weapon would PPMD use if he was a cephalopod? Huh. I would think he would probably... He could probably be a charger, but I would think he'd probably just end up being a short-range shooter player. I mean, Fling's a roller. Y'all think I can pass with that? What do you mean, pass with that? Fling's a roller is a good weapon.
Isn't it just the zone niche, essentially?
You know, Armada is totally a charger player. You're right. Like, it's not even because of the Swedish sniper thing. It's more like... he's just very stoic. And that's a trait that you tend to see in a lot of those, like, really top-tier backline charger players. They're just, like, Very unemotional. Very calculated. Very precise.
Shredded crab, but died for it.
I'm gonna go down.
Got 2 with Zoot.
There's 3 down.
I'm down.
Zone.
I couldn't get the juice.
Last one left.
Just
Hit him.
on the drink.
How is he not going? Oh, okay, I was out of ink. That's one.
Eliminated. Soda.
I still got my soda.
So do I.
Oh, I got curling bombed.
Alright,
Oh, I couldn't
Okay.
figure out which way they went.
On left.
Don't worry, I'm back.
Yay. Power of soda crab.
Got crab.
Yeah.
Nice.
Got the somebody.
Flingza and flag game.
Paintbrush down. Traded.
Nice.
Just their splash.
They get
Spawn
wet.
here.
Jumping to Z-Tech.
Alright.
We're gonna need this.
Over right here.
Somebody's pushing up.
Oh, there's someone behind me.
Oh.
2 for 2. We should win. Yeah.
Yeah.
I didn't even see them go out that corner. I thought we had to look. I'm like, oh, okay, I don't have to look around. Yeah, I should have. Oops.
HBox 52 gal? No. HBox is a sloshing machine player. Are you kidding me? No question he's a sloshing machine player.
I didn't fist bump with anybody.
Yeah, I only got 2 and 1. I got number 1 super jump spot, so.
Stoic means very, very in control of your emotions and not letting your emotions guide your decisions.
It's clearly the topless level trash room user. I cannot relate to being stoic.
That Flingza though was lagging.
I don't think I saw them the whole game. I don't...
Oh,
I
neither did I.
Oh wait, I
Five
saw them
seconds.
once. Like a second.
Did they?
I heard the interaction with them. It took 5 seconds for the splatted thing to pop up.
Yeah, I expected 1 missile, so I only got 1.
Well, there's definitely something interesting going on, because every time we go into a game this time, I am losing a lot of frames that usually don't happen.
Uh-oh.
Yeah, on the internet, there's a lot of frame drops. I noticed.
Oh!
There is no vanilla weapons on that team.
Can't imagine.
Me when I Squid.
Oh, hello! Nice.
Swig is in zone.
Not anymore!
Nice.
I'm putting some arrows.
Heavy's
up there.
backed up looking at me. They were on left. I think they jumped.
There's one going up far right at left.
The treasure cracker in the guide. I'm gonna take away.
Let's go. I love that this ledge is squid rollable.
What is the big
Sick.
Swig doing?
Trying to paint.
I saw them just dancing there on the grate.
Nice. Good 3 down.
Good
Nice.
trade. There's a beacon to top left.
I don't know if I can get that.
I might be.
You can bomb it.
Ooh. No!
No. Oh, hello! I should have done the village on the beacon.
GG.
GG. McDonald on the beacon. Let's go.
Yeah, any top level
I
Fox
tried out-
player is a V-Splash player. If you're Falco, you're a 52 gal. Jigglypuffs are all sloshing machines. Sheiks could be a number of different things.
It could be a splash.
What's Captain Falcon? What's the Captain Falcon? Oh, Carbon Deco, obviously.
wonder if any Smash players in chat are agreeing with you.
This is Melee, by the way. If we're talking about Ultimate, then all bets are off there.
Oh boy. I actually can't remember what I mean in Melee. I was a child when I was playing it, so...
I do not have Melee, or have I ever played it?
I think we did, but I also am not 100% sure.
Hey Jim, do you have any advice for V Splattershot trying the S+ rank up battle? I mean, there are too many things to talk about there. Like, it's not a specific enough question that I feel like I'll be able to get at the root of whatever is a challenge for you there.
So they have a junior.
Mm-hmm.
And at what point?
Leaders in the predictable place.
I'll bomb the leader.
They've got a bubble up a back of zone. See if we can get bombs off of that. I'm being pushed on right.
I hit it once.
Got him, thank you.
Nice.
Zuking the remaining fall point.
Alright, I'm going off for you, Zuka.
I'm just gonna paint.
Ooh, hi Wiper. Or not Wiper. You know what I mean.
Got the leader.
I don't know what I mean.
Uh,
I'd like to not be here. I couldn't
Thank you.
dodge. Oh, we lost zone.
yeah, we did a while ago. I'm in their base
Oh.
though, so I'm just gonna stay here.
I didn't actually know. I was trying to get on the side. I should have turned around.
Yeah, me too. Got it.
Okay, I'm pretty sure the leader jumped in and ignored me. So I'm just gonna come in behind them now.
Alright.
Wiper got me beat.
Got one. Got three.
Oh, yo, you got this. Last one's on the ramp there.
Yep, they got
Oh,
me
no.
with jump shots. They're on my ouch. Move up, move up. Just the junior there.
I think they went down.
They're on zone,
Nope.
they're on my jump. Behind zone.
Junior down.
Trading with Wiper.
Ball point is trying to get zone.
I got two.
Nice.
Nice.
Going after
There's
the
an ink
jet.
set by me. I died to the wave
Didn't
breaker.
get it.
Into the room.
We got lead. Wiper coming in right, alley.
Alright.
Put a beacon there just now.
Got
I
the
think they backed up and got zone instead.
They're coming up on
A
the
wiper
ramp.
on me. Never mind.
I almost.
That's wipe.
Wonderful. Nice.
Nice.
Oh, I just found out how to get up. I think.
The block.
How to
Yeah.
get where?
Block.
I don't know if you can squid roll off the block up to that grate there, but I was.
No,
like,
yeah,
there's
I did
gotta
that
be a way
earlier.
Up here.
One hole.
Yeah, Devi, I was in their spawn earlier. That's how you do it.
Oh, I didn't actually
Yeah.
like look there. I was watching the zone when it was.
Yeah,
You
you know,
know,
that was a
they
smarter
can-
thing to do, but
You know.
Yeah.
So
they
I
did
pay
ignore me
attention
to the
how
point
get
where
up.
I could just get a triple kill behind them, so
Mm.
it worked out ultimately, but yeah, they did get the zone capped.
Yeah, certainly the zone was capped and the wiper was behind me and killed me.
How do you deal with getting nervous from the rank of battle and not doing as well as you will? So with nerves, you've got to figure out what it is exactly that's causing them. Like, this is a very challenging act of self-knowledge. In my experience, nerves generally come from negative emotions that are associated with the result. With like, oh no, I'm going to lose, I'm going to not succeed in the rank up, I'm gonna, you know, fail or whatever. Like, whatever is associated with those ideas. Usually it's that sort of thing. And the problem with those emotions is that they cut off parts of your brain. They make it so that you're literally not using all of your higher functions. because the body goes into survival mode. It goes into fight or flight.
Oh, we
it
lost one.
takes the circulation away from your fingers, away from your higher processes, and just puts them toward your core, or puts them towards your survival instincts and everything. So what's important then is to not get into that emotional state. And to do that, you need to recognize what your triggers are for that emotional state and try to avoid those, to try and make sure that you know what causes you to get worried or whatever, and to make sure that you're thinking about something else instead. And, you know, obviously it's like, well, just don't think about it. That's not a useful thing to say. So what you want to substitute those thoughts with is by getting yourself basically distracted from them by thinking about the game itself. Just think about in-game decisions. Just think about what it is you have to do in the game right now, and don't let yourself think about winning or losing. Don't think about results. Don't think about the way that it's going to pan out. Think instead about, all right, last time what happened was they came out left and I didn't see it and they flanked me. So this time I'm going to make sure that that area is painted and that I'm going to have a view of that spot so that if they do come that way again, I'm going to spot it. You know, instead of thinking, oh no, I lost the fight, I'm going to lose the game now, think, okay, that was an example of me falling for walk and shoot syndrome, or that was a situation of me going in too far. Next time, here's what I'm going to do instead. Like, make it a problem solution kind of thing instead of a success or failure kind of thing. Treat it like a puzzle. Think it through. Stay in the game. Whenever you're ready, Z-Tech.
Oh, I was... got a little spaced out there.
Also remember that if you are getting emotional and if you're noticing that it's having an impact on you, you have every power at your disposal to stop playing. It's not like you're in a tournament setting or anything when you're doing a rank up where you need to play right now. You can just stop and wait until you've calmed it down. You know, give yourself 10 minutes and then come back to it.
And coffee.
I don't remember who it was, but didn't somebody recommend if you lose 3 games in a row, just...
Yeah, it was Pro Char's advice. He says if you lose 3 games in a row, just stop playing for 10 minutes and evaluate after those 10 minutes are done whether you were emotionally compromised.
Yeah, I've also discovered it doesn't have to be 3 games. Like, you can stop if you're getting a little salty at 1.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
If you hear yourself, you know, saying things that you're like, wait a minute, that's angrier than I usually get. That's angrier than I usually am. And that's the hard part, the self-awareness to look at what's happening and say, this is not normal. Because it's going to feel normal at the time.
Uh-oh. Oh!
For whatever reason, it's a lot easier to look at our emotional states after the fact and realize that something was different than it is to look at our emotional states while we're in the moment. Because a lot of the time we don't even think to do so. Nothing triggers us to even think twice about it.
We're in a very bad stagger right now.
Yeah.
I'm ready with Zuka here. I don't think they're looking.
Pin pit the whale.
I'm directly below Nova.
Alright, I'm gonna miss them.
Got 1.
I didn't trade with the brush.
Got 2. I'm down.
I saw the brush. I just...
Yeah, the brush is wailing. I don't...
Yeah, that one again.
Yeah.
I tried to save Crab there for when somebody got a special, but I died first.
Unfortunate. The dab.
I haven't seen that in a hot minute.
And GG Diamond.
Jeez.
Oh yeah, we have a power. I forgot about that.
Yeah.
Splatoon feels so much slower when I watch someone else play it. Yeah, because you're not having to spend mental energy on thinking about pressing the buttons. The execution side of it is a challenge that you don't have to bother with while you're watching, so you have more of your attention to focus on just collecting information.
I wonder if Reef Slider cheese is possible.
Might have been fixed.
Booyah Bomb, I know, is big enough to cap the zone on this map by itself.
Oh, another roof slider.
Got one with the fizzy.
I'll keep-
Down.
One on me, got him.
I'm
I got one. I got another one with the fizzy.
Moving
Oh,
in.
I didn't see that one.
I have
Under the
crab.
ramp. There's gonna be two. Crab would be good on the left side right now.
Thank you for the raid, Puffle Master. Thank you, Puffle Master. Yeah, Puffle Master.
I traded.
We're 3 down.
I'm backing up.
Uh-oh.
I'm gonna have crab right here. We got shrimp.
I need to back up.
I didn't get anything with the Zook.
Hey!
Oh. Drop it in, let's go.
Alright.
Yeah,
52 is weak.
that's 3 down.
Yep.
Oh. You see me?
Watch our court, there's one down there.
Alright,
Zuking?
we're ready.
Got one. One in court still.
I can't turn my controller that far.
Ow.
Yeah.
I tried rushing zone there towards the end.
Yeah.
Fortunate.
Tough.
Any advice on how to heavy deco like a pro? For a second, I thought you meant like how to play it like it's a Splattershot Pro.
Oh.
People
Why
don't
would
really
you
talk
recommend
about like being a pro per se in the competitive community. Like, it's for one thing, it's not a very accurate term because there's almost nobody who's actually making a living from playing this game well. Like, there are no teams that are hiring players to play for them or anything like that. So typically you're just going to hear us talk about like top players, competitive players, something like that. Anyway, advice on heavy deco. So it's a backline weapon. It's an anchor weapon. It's something that you're going to play fairly far back with, and it's your job to have an impact while staying safe. Now, this is one of the more aggressive backline weapons. It can midline sometimes, and you can sometimes use that Kraken to create plays, but at the end of the day, you are a very long-ranged weapon, and you want to make sure that you're able to use that range effectively and not let things get on top of you too much.
I was hoping we wouldn't get this map.
I mean,
Um,
I think this is the second time we've done it.
Yep.
I think they changed the odds so that the new things are easier to get.
I don't feel like they would
I don't think
change
so.
the odds.
I know the songs have.
got one.
Have we?
Oh, I got another.
One on their
There's
zone.
someone coming up on.
Steered him back. There's a heavy on their plat.
Yep. There's a beacon up there too.
Big Kraken.
Kraken.
Oh, Unfortunately, Craftsman is not great.
Right side, bottom right.
One below trench.
Yeah.
I'll get him eventually. There we go. Yeah, they just ran away from me instead of fighting.
Up to be Deco.
They were afraid.
Got tent.
Nice bomb.
Thank you.
Tent got me.
Oh my god! Does the chump block a Zuka shot? Does it go away once it hits the chump instead of going through it?
It can. Just like a sprinkler can.
I won Kraken, successfully got
Wait,
2 picks.
no.
But like the Zuka can multi-kill though. It goes through players. Why did it stop when it hit the chump?
Huh.
Was it how it arced?
Maybe I just missed.
Because what is it? There's 2 things to consider. 1, the arc, and 2, because it's like 3 different shots twirling, right?
Mm-hmm.
Which one's hit and which ones didn't?
And hello, Slydra.
I remember having a couple moments where, like, I would specifically dodge a twirl just because I narrowly went behind an object, or it was just, like, the perfect angle where it blocked the shot that was gonna actually hit me.
How do I set a realistic goal based on how much energy I'm willing to put into the game? The way that I prefer to set goals is not to make goals about, like, how I want to place. Like, getting to a certain rank, I think, is a really, really weak goal. Because the problem with that is that where that rank is set by somebody else, and it's something that you're not in full control of because other people are also playing against you. So there are definitely people who will disagree with me on that, but I prefer to set goals based on what I can do. Like, I want to, you know, learn how to aim this reliably with this weapon. I want to, you know, take this position and be able to hold it more often. I want to feel like I can move around mechanically effectively at this level. That I'm, like, dodging shots faster than other players at this rank are dodging them. Make it really, really granular. And that might mean you have more of them, but that way, instead of the goals just being like, I want to do the thing, you know how to actually reach them in the setting of the goals.
I'll go to down circle, please.
One's flanking,
One on our
right?
street, yeah.
Viper's one on the left.
Like, I remember on the Grillers once, we had a goal of making it to, I think, Div 4. And I remember, like, when we got there, it had been, there had been a lot of, like, changes. There were a lot fewer teams, I think, that were in the Ludi season than there were before. And so it was like, it didn't feel like we were even competing in the same exact system anymore because of how the landscape had changed. And so it was like, well, what does Div 4 even mean anymore?
Uh-oh. Okay, they're all in their zone. Push in.
They're striking away.
Right.
Whoever got me.
That was a bad jump.
Got one. Another one on zone, probably gonna get me. No, I'm good.
There's about 3 there.
They dropped into their street. See if we can get zone. One behind you, behind you. Nice.
There's 2, actually. One's in the bubble.
Got
Nice.
H3.
Two down.
Oh, heads up. Still a beacon underneath the bridge.
They're not using it to see my flank, so I am got their zone. They're backed up onto their zone, so see if we can get our zone. Behind, underneath. Make sure we're taking multiple angles of approach. We're all standing on zone, like find flank routes, especially for frontline weapons.
Right.
Well, I say alright, but I have a try shooter. I should
Well,
probably.
yeah. There are only so many things you can do about it, but...
Yeah.
Got one. Got two. One their ramp.
Anyone got a sub?
Bucket. I'm down in their alley. They're coming up ramp.
Yeah. Big missile.
Missile.
H3 is challenging me. I got missiles.
I'm down to roller.
Well, I'm on it.
Okay. Traded with.
Roller on our zone. Careful, Debbie.
Someone.
Ranking our zone.
Well-
Roller.
It didn't let me jump, which was sad, because if I would have jumped, I would have gotten the slasher.
I'm gonna crab.
I'm down to H3.
Got one.
They're on top of ramp.
You're right,
Two
you're
of
right,
them.
you're right, you're right.
Careful of the Echo Viper.
They do have a beacon. Watch out for that.
Got Viper.
H3
Bullets by
dropped
me
right.
on the left.
Got H3.
Nice.
Just Slosher.
The beacon.
Slosher's weak. Nice.
Got him.
They
Echo
placed a
ready?
beacon on their.
Got roller. H3 and Viper on me. We're
Getting missile.
two down.
Oh right. I forgot.
Coming up
Oh
to
no,
try
they
and help
popped
with
the
zone.
bubble. They popped the bubble.
Just bomb it.
Oh.
Oh, the timer ran.
It was unfortunate that we both dropped into street at the same time. I went for it, and then Beast went for it, and I was like, wait, there's nobody on zone now.
I was just trying to paint the zone.
It's all good. All good.
Wait.
All right. Well, that puts us a little bit past, actually, when we usually start the VOD reviews, so we'll get going with that now. If I remember correctly, I have a recording from Z-Tech, and then is there a new replay code from Beast?
I think I sent it to you. Yeah, I did.
Oh,
wait,
right,
no.
okay. From a few days ago, you've got the recording there.
Yeah, this was pre-patch, yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah,
So I'll work on getting that pulled up.
Alright, I will stop recording.
I still think we should have told
That the
Fortress
sharing
more.
settings don't work on the link that you sent me.
What was that?
The sharing settings aren't set up, like, I can't access it.
Oh, for me or?
Yeah, the Google Drive.
Let me see. If I
Oh.
can change it. Give me a sec.
So, meantime, we'll start with Z-Tech here.
I sent you the wrong file. Oops.
Oop.
So,
I
that's
clicked
all
on
right.
the
Just
link.
get the link put together, and you can send that to me, and then we'll have it ready to go when it's time. But in the
Alright.
meanwhile, we'll go and look at Z-Tech and their tower control match. Just what we got here. I am going to share my screen real quick. Actually, we'll do it this way so you can see my mouse. Okay. There's that. So now you can watch the projection in Discord and you'll see it in real time. Volume sounds quiet enough that I will be heard. Let's see if the quality settings go any higher. Nope. Okay. There's no way this is 720p. Okay.
Yeah, that's weird.
Anyway, we're at... Is this a team match, by the way? And are we going to be hearing callouts?
No.
Okay, solo queue?
Yeah. Solo queue.
All right, sounds good. Question in chat, how does the fist bump happen? As far as we're aware, 2 players need to get 3 gold medals.
If somebody... If a deity blesses you with the luck of getting the fist bump.
It's definitely tied to each player having 3 gold medals, and then whether there are other criteria that need to be met is still not fully understood as far as I'm aware. Devi thinks that you have to actually be positioned next to each other in the lineup at the end. I'm not sure if that's the case or if there is some other condition. Obviously, you need to win the game because otherwise you're not going to see the animation in the first place. So, it's hard to say. But knockout is not necessary. I think we have confirmed that. All right. Anyway, so solo queue match. And we are playing the Tri-Stringer here. We've got a Stamper and then 2 Neo Splashes. Oh, wait, is that a Neo Sploosh? That looks like a Sploosh, actually. So we've got a Stamper, a Neo Splash, and a Neo Sploosh. Then other team has Jet and a Charger. So this presents both a challenge and an opportunity to you. You have 2 backline weapons, which means that you're going to be under significantly more pressure during the match. But if you can keep them busy, because your weapon is uniquely, able to apply pressure to longer ranged weapons, using your ability to arc your shots and the AoE damage from the arrows, if you can keep the Charger and the Jet back off your team, then your team doesn't have as many backliners aiming at it, and they also don't have that many frontliners to deal with. So as long as we can keep those backliners from getting picks, you're probably going to be able to push up just naturally by the nature of your team comp being more aggressive than theirs, being faster than theirs, being able to move up more efficiently. Something that I would definitely do early on is, be moving around a lot so that people can't really figure out where it is that they should expect you to be firing from. Firing, 3 or 4 shots from the same place is about the most that I would want to. As soon as someone knows where you are, they're going to try and play around the opposite side of the map. So good, we start moving over to here, recognizing that our teammate is being attacked. We get some damage on them. This is a tower push that I don't think they really have earned the right to yet. They haven't done anything to push you away. So just put a bunch of arrows on the tower and you should be able to stall this out. I don't think that they, have enough pressure on you right now to stop you from just splatting the player who's on tower. Yeah, good job. Now be careful about where you're retreating here, because this is away from the tower. This is away from where the fight is. And from here, you can't engage the tower at all. You're making it easier than it has to be for them to keep you from being able to hit the tower if you go this way. I think backing up to the right here would have given you a better angle to contest the first checkpoint. This is something that I noticed while we were playing today as well. When you use a killer whale, you're often using it like into a crowd of enemy players, but you're using it when nobody's going in on them, when there's no pressure on them. Like, they may well be on plenty of their own ink. You're using it in places where it's just not going to splat anybody because it's too easy for them to dodge around. If the whale is going off while a teammate is attacking them, now they have to kind of make the decision between, do I, take the movement that's best for fighting this player, or do I move in a way that prevents me from getting hit by the whale? Can I do both at all? It makes it a lot more challenging. But here, like, your two teammates have just gone down. There's nobody on the tower contesting it at all. So the whale's not really going to help you here, and it's kind of a waste of a special at this point. Either you wanted to use it when your two teammates were going in on the tower, or you want to save it until there's more pressure being applied to it so that you can use it when it's actually going to accomplish something. Uh-oh, low battery. Pro tip, everybody, make sure that your Joy-Con are charged.
That specific.
Nice shot. I like the way that you're aware of the charger here and making sure to get out of the way as quickly as possible as soon as you see that laser. Like, the fact that you have that that habit of seeing the laser and making sure to avoid it is really good, and that'll help keep you alive a lot more often. Now, this was an angle that they probably could have hit you, and so you don't necessarily want to be out in the open too much there. Like, we did actually see for a brief moment, let's back up a few frames.
Yeah, I might have been tunnel vision on the tower at the moment.
So right here, we actually do see someone coming up on the top left here. We don't know that this is the charger for sure, but with two long-range weapons being on their team and only, like, one of the frontliners being up, chances are it's someone who can hit you over there. And so what you might want to do right now, if you do spot this, which it seems like you might not have, but if you do spot it, is wait to start charging until you see what that player is doing, and only take the shots once you know that you're going to be safe. We take these shots right here, and then we see it, and from here we fire another shot, and this other shot probably should get us sniped.
Yeah.
Okay, 3 down, so we want to move up and get into a position where we're going to be able to attack players who are coming at the tower. It's not a bad idea to farm for special, but I would focus on getting into position first, and then painting over whatever is around you if you want to get that special. Because you don't want to end up in a position where you try to move forward, but you get cut off before you get there. That's when you're in a lot of trouble. You're probably going to end up in a short-range engagement at that point, if that happens. So get to a position where you can protect yourself first. Focus on getting, like, the special farmed up or something second. Yeah, down here isn't bad because you're able to use the ledge to your advantage. And, if the charger were to show up and you were on top of stacks or something, you wouldn't have a lot of cover to work with. But being up on top of stacks also makes it so that you can see more, so that you know where to place those shots and you have better angles to hit them. So that might also be something to consider. Again, notice how the whale lair actually forced them into your teammate. So I take it back. I agree a little bit more with that one. But what that player could easily have done is just backed up and avoided the whale, and the tower would have gone maybe like 5 more ticks, and then they just would have run forward and been able to do stuff again. So in that case, it works out. But where you want to be popping the whale is when you know a fight is about to happen, and you want to aim it in that direction. You don't want to just be like throwing it out there in neutral or something. Like, you want to see, okay, there's ink going down from the enemy side here, there's ink going down from my teammate here, that means they're probably about to run into each other, and so I should whale over there so that it'll give my teammates information about where that player is, like the lasers will track them for us, and so that they have a little bit of an advantage in the fight in terms of damage.
So would it be good for me to maybe keep in mind, like, possibly aiming my will towards my teammates instead of
Yes,
specifically the
almost
enemies?
always.
Alright.
I can't think of very many situations where you want to aim it away from them. One notable exception would be like if you have a particular target, like a crab or a backline weapon, that you need out of the way in order to support your teammates. Like if there's a crab that's cross-firing them and they need that to not be there in order to win their fight, then maybe the best option is actually to aim it at the crab instead. So there are some situations like that, but I would say most of the time you want to aim it in a direction where your teammate is about to take a fight.
Alright.
The way that I conceptualize the tri-stringer is that it is a weapon that has all the tools it needs to have at least some amount of impact on every single fight that happens in the game. Like, every time that there is combat, ideally, the tri-stringer player is having some sort of say in it. They're putting arrows over the side at it, they've got a toxic mist on the spot, they've got a whale incoming towards it. Like, anytime there's a fight, that you want to be there and you want to be having some kind of impact on it. So that means that you want to be looking at your teammates, first of all. You always want to know where they are and where stuff is happening, so that when a fight is breaking out, you're making it way harder for your opponents to win that fight against those teammates.
Alright.
This is dangerous because if a player starts pushing you from here, you can't get around this corner before they have enough time to splat you. You're playing really far away from the corner. You're playing really far outside of cover. So with the amount of space that you have to cross to get to cover, that's enough time for a number of their weapons to splat you. And if there's a frontliner over here, I'm expecting that you're about to get pushed, and we'll probably have some trouble with it. Okay, looks like they opted not to do that. But that is basically what would have happened on the other side if there had been someone there.
Yeah.
One of the things to always be thinking about is your escape route. If you're taking a position and someone pushes you, how are you getting out of there? Because you're in a corner, so you've only really got like 2 options for where you can go. And there are a lot of weapons that can cover 2 different options. You know, throw a bomb in one direction and now all of a sudden you have to go in the other direction and they can pre-fire that. Or, you know, they pop a special that covers one side, or they just have hitboxes that hit you both ways. Like, you always want to have a path already painted in at least 2 different directions, both of which you can immediately take to get out of somewhere. And one of those directions needs to not just run you straight towards the enemy player. That's how you survive, you know, getting pushed by the front line. That's how you survive a booyah bomb. It's just generally a good practice that you need 2 directions other than straight toward the enemy player that are painted and ready for you to run away in.
Alrighty.
Okay, so all of your teammates are down here. There is potentially some advantage to be had in not being seen. We're firing a lot of shots here, which we're pretty unlikely by ourselves to get a pick if we're the only person who's out here. You know, you might get the one shot, and if you think you have a one-shot opportunity, go for it, but you're more likely to hit the one shot if they don't see you firing 5 other shots beforehand. So I would say if you're going to aim at someone, then like wait for a really good opportunity and confirm that they don't know you're here. Otherwise, you're probably more, better suited in this position to just be painting for special and waiting for your teammates to come in. I think a number of these shots are not actually putting arrows down on the tower.
No, I think they went into down.
Yeah, a few of those. I think like you've shot a couple of arrows on the tower, and you're thinking, okay, they must be chipped, so the tap shots will definitely hit. But I think we want to keep the arrows going onto the tower so that they have something that they have to respond to. Other than like, because right now with the tap shots, all they have to do is hide behind the pillar. But with arrows going like around the tower, they have to figure out like where they can stand, and they're going to be forced to move around more that way. So from here, we know that there are two players, because there's one who moves out over here, and then there's one who's right here. And we end up getting one of them, but we can see that the brush is still there. We need to get away from this brush, right? This is a melee ranged weapon that has a really big hitbox and a faster kill time than we do. We don't want them to get close enough to be able to hit us. And when we just stay right here, that gives them license to just walk up to us. Whew. We do actually make it out of that, but...
yeah, I probably shouldn't.
It was because they were already damaged. That's why that worked.
Yeah.
Okay. So we spot these players out. We end up going 2 down here. Nice. Our teammate is able to use the whales to get one of them. Is there a reason you're avoiding getting up on top of stacks?
I might have been afraid of like the either the charger or jet having sight on me. Either that I was trying to abuse my arc shots more, but I can't really give an exact reasoning why I might not have been on stacks.
One idea is I believe you're able to like right side peek around this side, because you know how there's like 2 levels here. The first level kind of wraps around on the right side, so it lets you right side peek from over here. So that's one thing you might be able to do depending on the angle that you get. I think that's the case. And another thing is just like there are some angles that we're taking here where it's really difficult for us to see. Like, right now, we've got this whole thing in our faces. We don't know where our next target is going to be. We don't know if we're getting rushed by someone from the other side of this. It's just like, being on low ground prevents you from having information about what's around the map. For a short-range weapon, that's less of a big deal, because if there's something far away from them, well, they couldn't shoot at it anyway. But for you, who really need to be hitting something before it gets close to you, not being able to see what's coming at a mid-distance or a long distance is a lot more of a problem. And so that's why, as a long-range weapon, you tend to want to gravitate towards higher ground so that you can see over and have your view obstructed by fewer things.
Yeah, makes sense.
Why, hello there, kitty cat.
Kitty!
That right there is a great example of it.
Exactly.
Like, as a general rule with a long-ranged weapon, and I talk about this in the backline positioning basics video, cover advantages the short-ranged weapons. If you just have a flat, wide-open map with, like, no deviation, no elevation change, nothing,
Mahi.
Well, I'm talking in the extreme case, it's literally just flat. Then 4 E-liters is like probably a team comp that would be really good there, because how do you approach them? You don't have any way of doing it. The only way that short-ranged weapons are allowed to function in this game is that they have places to hide, and the long-ranged weapons have really long cycles that they have to go through before they can fire shots. So what the short-range weapon wants to do is wait for you to fire a shot, and then move from safe place to a safe place that's closer to you, and then wait for you to fire a shot again, and keep hopscotching their way forward like that until they're close enough to hit you. And the only thing that lets them do that is cover. So staying in a place where there's a blind corner, staying underneath a ledge that someone could drop down on you from. All of those are really dangerous things to do as a backline weapon, because in order to balance your weapon, the game has given your weapon a slower time to kill up close to make it so that the short-ranged weapons have something they can do in order to counter you. So playing from the low ground behind a wall like this is making it so that you can't see those players coming, and when they get to you, they're immediately going to have a combat advantage instead of having to deal with you while you have charge or something. Chat says, quick question, if you are a backline like the Stringer, your opponent knows you're there and you're missing most of your shots from that angle, shouldn't you move because you aren't really getting... So, there's a lot missing from that scenario that helps you determine what you need to do. If your opponent knows you're there and, you know, you've missed a number of shots, there is a pretty strong incentive to move someplace else, if that's possible. But there are some extenuating circumstances too. If you being there is distracting someone that would otherwise be shooting at your teammate and you're not going to die, that might be a better thing to do, to stay there. If you have an opponent rushing you, but they're already so damaged that all it's going to take is a tap shot, then you take that fight every day. So it depends. But moving positions frequently is very important. Making sure that, you know, someone can't track you down from around a blind corner or a ledge, very important. It's also really important to use your weapon's advantages. So, you know, it is a good thought to try and use your arc shots over the side of the ledge, because from certain angles, there are opponents that won't be able to hit you that way. Now, I worry that on Inkblot in particular, the plat area, if you're trying to hit it from mid with a tri-stringer, the angle you need to use that ledge for cover against a longer ranged weapon is so extreme that you need to be like right up against the wall, at which point, what's stopping the Octobrush from just swinging over the side and finding you that way? So I feel like it might be better to seek out more high ground than we're looking for here, but it's case by case. Okay, nice. 2 down. Now, so I think, are you like noticing when your teammates get someone or when your teammates go down?
I think I notice when my teammates go down, but sometimes not be paying attention.
Like right here at this moment, have you noticed that you have a 4v2 numbers advantage?
I might not have noticed at that.
So these X's that show up on the screen, these are something to start conditioning yourself to notice. Like whenever one of those happens, that's a major momentum shift in the game. That shows you that someone is now at an advantage that they weren't at before. And that should change your decision-making process. So seeing, especially like 2 opponents went down, like, because if it was an opponent and a teammate, now that's just a trade, and that's a 3v3, so that doesn't really change much, except that maybe you have to check a flank that you didn't have to check before, because now there's nobody watching it. But 4v2, it's go time. That's just a general rule of Splatoon. As soon as you have a 2-player numbers advantage, start playing the objective now, as fast as possible. Get on top of it so that your team is able to push up and get control of the map while they're still on respawn. The longer we spend before we act, the less time we have before these players come back, and we're going to get contested again. So we want to get through as many choke points as we possibly can in this game state. We want to make it so that they have as few opportunities to defend, because we're moving it as fast as possible in between when they're able to defend.
How would you, like, recommend to improve, like, ability to notice when those X's are appearing on screen and just noticing numbers advantage versus noticing that my teammates are down?
the big thing is noticing these visual elements. It's training yourself that when this X happens, that's really important and that should like immediately draw your attention. Because I think a lot of people like know what this means, but they aren't actively looking for it. But like the game does do a lot to help you see it. Should be pretty soon here. We'll go frame by frame. Okay, so the Octobrush goes down on this frame. So first of all, their name flashes right here with the X over it. There's also the big X that appears in the upper right. Notice how it like crisscrosses in the top right. So whatever element of that catches your eye, you know, whether you see the X here, either one of the X's, whether you see the flash in the upper right, those specific visual elements of the game are something that you want to train yourself. When those happen, that means something. I need to stop what I'm doing and pay attention to that. Like, have you seen my video on psychological alarm bells?
Yeah, I think so.
This is one of the most important alarm bells in the game. As soon as something like that happens, that immediately changes the game state, and so that's something that should immediately trigger, what's next? What's next? The decision tree that I have that I've been acting on has been modified. Like, there's a condition that has now been met for me to change what I am doing. And if you don't respond to that quickly, then we're losing all of this time that we could be spending on the tower, or like helping the tower push.
Yeah, I have no idea what I was doing there.
Like, these two players are now respawned, and we haven't moved off plat. We've painted a little bit for special, but in the meantime, a teammate has moved up and gotten on the tower, and they've been splatted because we haven't put out any pressure in front of it to keep them safe.
Yeah.
Alright, so 3v3 situation. One of our teammates went down. That's unfortunate. And again, like, notice that these whales are tracking someone who's on the enemy plat, and all they do is move over to the right. They don't, like... They aren't threatened by anything. They have all the room in the world to move and just draw these out wherever they want to. And there's no teammate of yours that's pressuring them. So this isn't going to splat someone, and then they're just going to go right back to shooting at the tower.
Yeah.
I like that angle. It's very threatening. It's going to disrupt what they're trying to do. Now, this is a position, again, where we have that angle. But if the tower is going to move to the left, there's nothing more we can do from there. Once we fire those couple of shots and they start reacting to those, we've got to move someplace else. There's nothing else for us to do here. And this is where keeping track of where your teammates are comes in handy. Because where do you want to be shooting at? You want to be shooting at the place where a fight is about to happen. Well, in order to know where a fight is about to happen, you need to know where your teammate is, because the fight's going to happen between them and someone else. So if you're not in a position where you can shoot at someone who's shooting at your teammate, move to some place where you can. Especially if you're in a position where you're at like low ground, where the opponents know where you are. This is a position that has now been made dangerous because you fired shots from there. And they haven't seen you appear anyplace else. So for all they know, you're still here. And in fact, now they know you're still here, and you can see that the Octobrush is starting to respond to that, right as a teammate of yours is jumping into you. I like the use of the Toxic Mist there. Toxic Mist is kind of nice for this weapon in that there are times where you want to be able to control an area on the map to some degree without having to actually aim at it and shoot at it. Like, you want to be aiming and shooting somewhere else, but you want that spot of the map to not be passable for like 5 seconds. And so you throw a Toxic Mist down there to have that under control while you're looking at something else. Or sometimes you might not have an angle to use your shots to be able to hit it, and so the Toxic Mist is the next best thing you can put over there. So,
yep, we love Toxic Mist in this house.
Yeah, so hopefully that helped your teammate out there. And now, like, this is a good kind of, at least, place to be shooting at, because this is where your teammate is. This is where the fight is going on. One thing that I would point out is that you tend not to go towards, like, the right-hand side over here. You tend not to use, like, right snipe or anything like that. And that would give you, I think, more opportunity to see what you're aiming at. Because from right here, like, you can hit the tower, but that's about all you can hit. And you've also been shooting from here before. So if they know where you're at, they're probably going to position in a way that you're not going to hit them very often.
Yeah, I think a bad habit I've fallen into is using the same snipe positions every match, honestly.
And it's not even like using them every match, it's using them within the same match. If you went somewhere the first time, go someplace else the next time and try to, like, mix things up. One other thing I'll point out here is that you are out of ink now. And so that should trigger in you should change your decision tree, basically, so that you're thinking, okay, in order to have any shots to defend myself with, at some point I'm going to need to go down into the ink. When is the best time to do that? This is a great opportunity to change positions, because you're not going to be able to fire any shots anyway. And that's the biggest disadvantage of moving in this game, that you can't be firing while you're moving. So if you can't fire shots anyway, might as well take the time to move. But we kind of just stand still and continue trying to fire shots while we're out of ink. And now that they're on top of us, we still don't have the ink to do damage to them. And we're closing distance instead of creating distance between us and them, which is going to make this dangerous. Like, this is a T-Tech, I think. They should be able to just splat us here. And they do. So that's a matter of, I think, not playing your range as well as the ink management. So your advantage over a T-Tech in a fight is range and your ability to, like, hit over ledges and stuff. T-Tech is mostly straight line of sight. It can fall off, but it's a very short-ranged fall off, so it's unlikely to be helpful. But the T-Tech has you in kill time. So if you put yourself in the T-Tech's range, you should lose. It's only if you're getting the T-Tech from range that you're going to beat it. So moving closer to the tower is counterproductive to that, especially if you're out of ink. Nice. There was still someone up there. I didn't see them, so I would have turned away too.
Yeah, I think I should have... The tower beam...
Nah. I mean, they did a lot of damage with that push, but you did about the most that you could in that moment with the information you had, I think. I don't know where that extra player came from myself either, but...
I think the tower turned yellow is my microphone cutting off?
A little bit, but not by too much.
Okay. But what I'm trying to say is that the tower beam turning yellow should have triggered me to put more arrows on tower, maybe. Or
yeah, least... the big thing that I saw that led me in that direction was seeing the heads-up display that it was still yellow, that there was still someone riding it. So, yeah, there are a number of different ways that you can look at it, but you can also look at the tower path. The tower path changes color depending on who's in control. It'll be your team's color while you're riding it. You see it's this bluish-purple right now. It'll be a neutral color if it's, resetting, or it'll be the enemy team's color. So you can use that as well to figure out what's going on.
Yeah, and I didn't.
This is another case where the special is probably not going to get a lot of value. Remember that we've just splatted 2 players off the tower, right? So yes, we look up at the heads-up display and we see that there's 4 players up, but 2 of them are going to be back in their own base. And the rest of them are probably not going to be pushing super hard right now. So this probably isn't going to hit anybody who is currently engaged in a fight because the enemy team isn't engaging us right now. So maybe you're going to get a little bit of information about where someone is, and maybe we're trying to use it for that purpose. But if they're already planning on being in defensive postures, you might back them up a little bit, but you're not really going to force them away from something important right now, and you're probably not going to get any kills with this. So I would have saved the killer whale here. Nice shot. We need to get on the tower now. Whew, okay. I would have tried to get on the tower faster than that. We just barely make it. And what this brush really should have done was just get on the tower themselves, because that would have ended the game. But they kind of ran past it instead. And so that gives us a freebie here. We need to get our special pretty quick. Wow, that was a good shot.
I have no idea where I manifested that from.
And then this is a really good time to use this. It gets the player, and teammates get back up on the tower.
I think this is where we start desperately dropping.
I like the use of the tap shots. Ooh, so the ink vac is a shot that has a really big, like, explosion radius. So once that goes out, I guess we kind of need to stay at... Well, the first priority is splat that player, because what's going to happen is the explosion's going to go off on the tower. Everyone on your team who is on the tower at that time is going to get splatted, and then they're going to be on the tower. So we need to splat that player so that they can't be in control of the tower when, you know, the explosion goes off, and then get off the tower to survive the explosion. And since everyone just kind of stays on while it's being fired there, there's nobody to get back on once they go down. But definitely a close one, like, and a number of clutch shots that you hit there that put us in that position in the first place. They're like, the fact that you were able to get the 3 or 4 players that you did on the way up was the reason that your team had as much of a chance as they did going up there. So good shots there. Big things to look at for the future, you know, your goals to work toward. Number 1, when you're, you know, deciding what to do, you always want to be thinking about where your teammates are and consequently where a fight is going to break out. And be, you know, putting yourself in a position where you have a good angle to use your main weapon effectively against whatever they're going to be fighting. That'll make you so that you end up in positions that are more favorable more often. And it'll probably just automatically make it so that you're playing more around high ground, because then you're going to be able to see those positions where your teammates are fighting from more often. I think that's just going to, like, just by intuitively, by nature of looking for those positions, you're going to find them in the high ground. So I think that'll kind of be 2 birds with 1 stone there. Number 2, you want to be thinking about when you're using your specials more carefully. Use them so that they're creating chaos in the midst of a fight that's already happening, not to try and, like, harass one player who's way deep in their base and has every resource that they need to avoid it, and only stalling them for like 2 seconds. And then the third one would probably be to make sure that you're keeping your range against weapons that you outrange, that you're not trying to, like, push closer to them when you're trying to take fights, that if anything, you're trying to keep yourself safe by moving away from them.
Alrighty. I have one more question.
Okay.
Do you have any dating advice for me?
Have any what advice?
Dating.
I haven't exactly seen you on a date, so I can only say so much.
Yeah, that's because I'm Aries.
Okay, well, then my advice, if you're in that position, is probably not to go on a date, since that's not something you want to do. Yeah.
Yes, I've done it. I've asked the question.
All right. Well, I'm glad that makes you happy. Let's move forward to Beast Mode's VOD review now. Thank you so much to Z-Tech for coming on the show.
Yep.
Really appreciate you being willing to be criticized in front of all these people.
Yep.
That
And
takes a certain amount of humility, and I definitely appreciate that.
Yeah. By the
All
way, friends watching, hold me to the goals. And thank you for your time today, John.
Absolutely. All right, Beast, you here?
Yes, I am.
Hello. Are you able to see the stream here?
Yes, I am.
So Aaliyah Beck and Bubble Boy, who were in chat earlier, are actually teammates here. Awesome.
Yep. Would it be okay if they came in chat? I mean, in the voice chat.
Yeah, that's okay. They want to
Alright.
ask questions and stuff.
All right, let me.
They'll have to join waiting room VC, and then we'll drag them up from there. Dating VOD review.
Dating.
Honestly, if someone were to actually commit to the meme and film a date that they went on, which is crazy, by the way, I don't recommend bringing a video camera to a date and telling your date, like, if you're going to, just for ethical reasons, you need to tell the date. Okay? But I don't know who's going to be cool with that. But
Not many people.
if you were going to do such a thing, and you were to bring it on the show, I would feel vaguely obligated to at least see it through.
I'd be cool with that.
Anyway. So I'm going to get audio levels set up for the new folks who have just hopped in here. So give me just a second. And then we'll do a quick audio check. All right. So Aaliyah Beck, could you just say something real quick so I can hear?
Hello.
All right. I'm going to turn you up just a little bit more. Thank you for that. And Bubble Boy?
Hola.
Perfect. All right. Thank you. So, was this like a tournament match?
No, this was just open.
Oh, looking at their comp, I'm like, yeah, this is probably just open.
Yeah.
Okay. And was it just you two, or you three that were together?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, we didn't have a fourth at the time.
So the fourth is a rando?
Yeah.
All right. I knew someone was going to make a sleigh joke. Anyway. So which one of these weapons is the rando?
The Tetras, I believe.
Okay.
The Tetras.
Yeah.
So it's going to be Beast on Galugas, and then which of
Ali's
you?
on heavy.
I'm on heavy.
Ali's on heavy.
I play
Okay.
T-Tech.
And then Bubbles on the T-Tech. Cool. All right. So the advantage that you have against this team comp is that some of your weapons are capable of pushing, and you cannot say the same for them. They have one of the slowest comps that I've ever seen put together in any online match-made game. They have a Hydra and an Explo, which are two of the least mobile weapons in the entire game. They have a Bloblobber that's not that far behind them. All of them have really, really slow fire rate. Or Hydra, so it has a fast fire rate after it has charge, which takes forever to get. Bloblobber and Explo, both being buckets, have pretty slow times to put paint on the ground, so they don't paint their feet very quickly like a shooter does. And then they also have a Blaster, which has the same problem. So they're not going to be able to move forward very fast. The problem you're going to run into is that they're also not very easy to push. These are weapons that have very long range and are going to be positioned in multiple different angles, so that wherever you're at, it's hard to find cover that protects you from everything. So you need to be really patient about finding your opening, but once you do find an opening and you get an advantage, you're going to be able to get the objective moving faster than they will. And it's also going to be very difficult for them to move you out of the way to get back to the objective, because, again, they want to keep those long-ranged positions. There are only so many places that they want to stand. They're probably going to be stepping on each other's toes a lot. They're not going to get the full value out of their weapons because of the comp that they've got. Um, and another issue that they're going to have is that because they're very slow to move, if you target them with things like bombs, with booyah bombs, stuff like that, you can take them out of play for substantially longer than you would take a shorter ranged weapon out of play. If you throw a bomb at a Hydra, not only does it have to move, which it's going to do slower, so it needs to start sooner, it's also going to need to drop the charge that it's spent some time getting, back up, come back forward again, and get that charged again. So you're adding extra time on between when it's able to do things and when it's not.
Right. Okay. So they have an ink joke, so be careful about that.
Oh, Blob dropped right.
Okay. So we immediately drop out left here.
Blob dropped right.
The wall here isn't actually protecting us at this angle, which is probably why we dodge roll backward. What you could do potentially in that position is dodge roll diagonally backwards so that you're still putting yourself behind the wall, but you're not putting yourself so far back around the corner that you're just shooting the wall. Because this is a really hard committed, dangerous place to be right now. If you're going to go for this play, like, it has to be really decisive and really fast, because otherwise they're going to spot out where you are and someone's going to be able to get an angle on you. Like, the Explo is going to be able to hit over the top of this. The Hydra is going to find an angle where they can hit down over this wall at you. You know, Blobber is going to create a mess of this area here. So once they know you're here, you're pretty exposed and you don't have a lot of places to run to. So we've got to get some value out of this soon before we kind of lose our opening. We're, you know, very little ink in the middle of a pool of enemy ink. We have this wall to work with, but it's about to go down. So we've got to start thinking about, okay, how do I regroup from this? How do I get out of this position without exhausting more resources and just, like, overextending?
Uh-oh.
One thing that's nice about Glugas is that it has left side.
I do like that you were able to continue to apply pressure to that blob and still get out of here once the pressure came on. That's all really good. Right now, it's dangerous to take a fight like this because, again, you're across an open sight line and literally every weapon on their team outranges you. So without a wall to put out here, you probably don't want to be here. What I would do in that moment is just paint the zone, because now we've removed one of the main zone painters from play, and this is a moment where, because we have this numbers advantage, we should probably be able to secure the zone for ourselves. If you're out here and just painting the zone, you know, the Hydra might look out at you still and be distracted enough for your random teammate to get around and flank them. But if you go in and try to attack them here, that gives them the potential to have like a one-for-one trade, where they get you while your teammate is getting them.
Well, I just thought that because of the Hydra charging, I thought maybe I could challenge it.
I need to turn the volume of this down because I can't tell when it's you on callouts versus when it's you in the call. So the thing... The thing about being in this position right here, you have a habit, it seems, of double dodge rolling pretty frequently. That's really dangerous because if this Hydra had charge, you would just be dead. There's pretty much nothing that you can do about it. Hydra has a much faster kill time than just about anything else in the game if it has the charge. And you didn't see it until just now, so you didn't know whether it had that charge. If you have a dodge roll to get out of the way, then you can avoid it before it splats you. But you've used both of them already before you had any information about how they might be used best. So in the absence of having something to shoot at, or having to get away from something, save the dodge rolls for when they're going to be more important.
Alright.
So, you're saved there by the fact that your teammate's flank comes in, because otherwise that Hydra probably has you. But we got someone, and so now we want to take more advanced positions.
The Tetras.
So from here, the fastest way forward is not going to involve a dodge roll. Dodge rolls, in the long term, are slower. dodge rolls gives you bursts of movement, but they are punished by you having to wait for a pretty long time at the end of them, and that end lag is not worth rolling for. Like, your fastest movement, if you just have a completely painted map in front of you, is not to dodge roll twice and then swim and then dodge roll twice as soon as you have your dodge rolls back up. It is just to swim through it all. And that's because even though you're going to be moving slightly faster at first from the roll, when the roll finishes, you're going to need to wait so long that swimming you is going to catch up to dodge rolling you and go further than you. So from here, we want to use the rolls to go up the unpaintable turf because we can't swim up that. And dodge rolling is actually going to be faster than walking up that. But clearing from this area to this area, just get the ground painted and swim through it.
Yeah.
Rapid is dropped.
Another thing to think about with dodge rolls is that they cost your ink. And so look at your ink tank right now. That's pretty empty. So now once we got up here, we just didn't have any resources to do anything. And now since the element of surprise is gone, that could put us in danger and could force us to back up. If you get up there and you have the ink tank and you're actually able to do something with it, now we're in a better state. So the double dodge rolls make things more dangerous. They make you more visible. They make you more committed in your movements. You're stuck with those dodge rolls. You can't decide to back out of them like the way that you can with like swimming, where you can just substrafe in a different direction immediately. And because they're costing you ink, they're making it so that you're weaker once you do get into position.
I'll try to paint you a bit.
Got it.
Nice pick there, using your range, and then getting out. Even though, all of these weapons outrange you, if you hit them from max range and then back up, with like the dodge rolls to get out of there, that gives you the best chance of being able to escape in this particular position where you don't have cover to hide behind.
Nice.
I gotta jump out.
I don't think you have to jump out at all. I think all you have to do is like paint this little corner, get down here into squid form and heal, and it's really hard for anything but the X-Blow to hit that. And by the time the X-Blow gets into a position where they can actually effectively hit this, you're probably healed all the way up and you can take a shot or two.
Allie accidentally left the VC. By the
Okay,
way.
I can grab them again. Just get them back in the waiting room.
All right. There we go.
So chat is still going on about dating advice.
Nice.
Good for you guys.
Zone, got him.
Have fun with that.
Just wait out the rain.
Okay. So we come around left again.
Just wait out the rain.
Now from here, we can see around the corner that they've already backed up to the right, and so we're not going to be hitting stuff. And with the blobs coming this way, we don't want to stay and tank that damage. If all of those blobs hit us, we just go down immediately.
Die to rapid, they're on the right. On the left.
I don't think chasing them around like this is the most effective thing that you can do here. You're putting yourself into a lot of enemy ink to chase them, and your weapon doesn't paint very fast, so you don't have much of an escape route. If they were to like get behind this wall or something and start shooting at you, this would be a very challenging position to fight them from, because you don't have any cover. There's a bunch of enemy ink around you. You've only got one way out. And if they end up painting that with like the indirect radius of their shot, now you're kind of stuck. And because you've been double dodge rolling the whole time, here it looks like you do have a good amount of ink, but like
Die to rapid, they're on the
that's
right.
definitely a situation where you could have ended up using too much ink to be able to put up a wall and not gotten out of there safely. So we do eventually catch them, but try to make sure that the area that you're fighting from has a good amount of paint around it, and that you're going to be in a safe spot where you have an escape route if things go south.
Careful.
Got him.
Nice.
Also, right now, I would spend at least a little bit of time trying to paint the zone. You're not in a great position to paint it right now because most of the enemy paint is over here, but you'd be surprised, like, this little amount right here might actually flip the zone if you just paint all of this stuff that you can see on the zone right here. Or maybe put some shots over top mid. But, like, you have gained an advantage against the enemy team, and we're not taking advantage of that, power play to get control of the zone back. So these are points on the zone that could be ticking down that are not. And I'm sure you've seen matches that are won or lost by fewer than the number of points you would have gained by capping the zone already. Zone is still unpainted.
Good idea. Blob dropped right.
We're still not painting the zone. Okay, so let's from the time we get this pick, so that we get the pick at 4 minutes flat.
Got him.
Nice.
And probably about right now, if everybody paints as much as they can, that we could have had control of the zone. So we'll say 358 is where we could have had control of the zone.
Top mid.
Let's see when we actually get control.
I'll booyah the Hydra.
Good idea. Blob dropped right.
Okay, it's about 3:47, so 11 seconds. Remembering that the ticks in this game, the points, are faster than seconds. It's, I believe, 1 2/3 of a tick per second. 11 times, say, so that's 5/3. 55 over 3, so that comes out to math.
16-ish.
That's, I think, 18, actually, because 51 is 17 times 3. So it'd be, 18 times 3 should be 54. Right?
I think so.
11 to 54? Yeah. So, on, a top-level competitive team, you have now already got, by the time you recap the zone, you've already scored 18 extra ticks. You're down to 31 remaining instead of 49 remaining by the time you actually get control of the zone here. It's that fast. Like, once you get the objective control, you've got to take advantage of the numbers advantage to start playing the objective. All of that time that you lose there, like, that is more than enough to win the game by. So that's the first priority. That's the first thing that should be happening as soon as you know that they can't stop you from doing it. On offense in splat zones, when you have the advantage, your goal is first to start scoring and then to waste their time by taking fights. But the goal is just, you don't need to fight them. You don't need to splat them. All you need is for the zone to tick down. So whether fighting them is necessary or whether wasting their time is something you can do, or, if you get the zone and then just, like, wait while they figure out what they're supposed to do in response to it, like, it doesn't matter what it is that happens after that as long as you're just passively gaining those points. But if you never start passively gaining those points, it doesn't matter how many fights you win, because that's never going to be reflected on the scoreboard until you actually take the zone. So a lot of the time, if you can help it, you want to actually take zone first and then win a fight. That's often the way that it actually goes in neutral, where, like, you get the zone, and now you have a bunch of paint in mid that you can use to help win a fight. You go win a fight, and now the whole time the fight has been happening, you've been scoring points. And now they're down a player, and so you're going to score even more points while their players come back, and then you're going to try and stall them afterward. Here, it's like, we win a fight, and then we win another fight, and then someone eventually paints the zone, but we're already in a third fight. Like,
Rapid, got Hydra.
good shots there. That's going to stall them from being able to take zone again. But look also at the zone right now. The zone is almost capped, or almost neutralized. And if it does neutralize, that means we're scoring points, we're not scoring points for at least a few seconds while we get the zone back in control afterward. You never want to let it even get this close to being painted if you can help it. Once you got those picks, you wanted to immediately be turning back to the zone and start painting it to make sure that it doesn't uncap on you.
Nice.
Oh,
Blob right again.
And we stayed in the rain for much too long there. This is another disadvantage of how we're repeatedly double rolling. There's a second, the second roll that forces you to stay in position. You can't move and you get splatted for it. I think, like, the vast majority of the time that I've seen you use both roles, in fact, I don't even know if I've seen you use the second role in a way that I've approved of. Like, what you want to be doing is being reactive with those. You don't want to just be like, I want to move now, so therefore double roll. Use the first roll and then see if you need to use the second roll. See if you don't even need to use the first roll and if you can just paint and swim instead. Because this kind of situation where you get yourself stuck and then you just die for it is going to happen really often if you get into the habit of the double roll.
Yeah, I just end up panicking it for whatever reason.
And the thing to do instead of panicking is to set yourself up so that you have a plan to get out, which involves putting paint on the ground and giving yourself a route to swim out of.
Okay.
Oh,
Right again?
Because if you already know, I've got this route painted behind me if I need it, then you're not going to panic because you're just going to be like, oh, well, let's just get out of here now that they've activated the runaway card.
that blob loves being on the right.
So we go down on zone, and that's part of the reason that it ends up getting neutralized, that when you get splatted, you put down paint on the zone at your feet for the enemy team. And so that burst of paint was part of what made it so that we're not scoring anymore.
I'm gonna die. Blob and Rapid are both on the right.
And here's another situation where the double roll is really dangerous, because you ended up in a spot where you're just in the middle of rain, and because you double rolled, you can't move for a while to get out of this. And you only just barely make it out. Like, look at how much damage you got. You don't want to be shooting anymore right now. You don't want to be drawing any attention to your position. You want to be healing. You want to be sitting in the ink, getting yourself healed up before you try and engage on anything else, especially since right now we've got a teammate down over here. We're 2 players down. The enemy team has full control of the map. So this is not a time where we want to have really engaged at all. Dropping off the ledge in the first place was pretty unsafe, but doing it with the dodge rolls especially made it really visible, and now we're in a spot where we're pretty likely to go down if anyone sees us.
I got the inkjet.
So we get a trade. Here's the problem with that. Trades go in favor of the team that likes the way things are right now. If you're cool with the situation that the game is in, then a trade makes it so that that position stays the position for longer. You're going to prolong whatever condition the game is in right now. Well, the condition the game is in right now is that they have full map control, they have the zone ticking down, and they're starting to move up into mid. That's going to keep happening now for longer, because before your team is going to get a numbers advantage again, you're going to have to respawn. And that's going to take longer than it's going to take for, say, the Tetras to respawn, because they died earlier. So the Tetras are going to come in, and they're going to have to wait for you before you're going to have the full 4 members again, and you're going to be able to go in, which means that they have more time on the zone to tick down. So this is staggering, simply. This is going in a situation where we're at a disadvantage and going down in a way that makes it take longer for our team to be able to get our feet back down and get control of the map again.
So you're just saying to just, like, make sure there's nothing that can, like, nothing, like, make sure that, how do I phrase it? Like, make sure that before I dropped, I should have, like, made sure there was nobody there and stuff, essentially.
Not so much made sure there's nobody there. You know that there's someone there. They've got all 4 members up and they just took the zone. What you want to do right now is wait until your team has some kind of, advantage that they can work with again. You need to wait for this heavy to come back up. You need to wait for your team to be regrouped and to be able to push in on some isolated player. You need to wait until someone has a special or something, because dropping over the ledge right now, you're just putting yourself into a 3v4 where they have 2 specials and you have none. This is a fight where if we force the fight and take it now, they should win. If we wait until we have 4 members, and in the meantime, while we're waiting for our 4th member to come back, we're getting a special, Now we can equalize those odds, and going in is a lot more likely to be successful. But what happens instead is we drop down off a ledge into enemy ink. Dropping off a ledge into enemy ink, for one thing, is something that you will see with alarming consistency results in being splatted within 5 seconds. So it's 319 right now, right? All right, so you beat the curve. You went down in 8 seconds instead of 5 seconds. But it's a very unlikely thing to be successful for a number of different reasons. For one thing, you're very visible dropping down into, into enemy ink like that. The enemy team is going to see that you're there because you're a different color than the ink that's around you. For another thing, you don't have an escape route because your feet are painted. And your weapon in particular is very slow to paint an escape route for yourself, so you're a lot more likely to rely on rolling, which is only going to commit you further. Instead, sit back for a second, put some paint on the ground to ready that spot. If they contest that spot by painting over what you put down, now you know that they're there, and you're at the very least farming some special off them and preventing them from moving forward. If you just drop into it, then you probably just die like this, because chances are better that you run into multiple enemy players than that you run into someone who's isolated, because there are less of you on the map right now than there are of them. And so you're more likely to go down, and now that you go down, your team has to wait for you in order to have an advantage again, just like you had to wait before for your heavy to get back, before you were going to have an advantage.
The inkjet.
Nice. I'm gonna wait for y'all to come back before pushing in, though.
Yeah.
I do have my wedge. Gonna throw it in mid.
What?
So, while it's good to see that your teammates are pushing into this fight and to try and get into it with them, something to bear in mind is that you're right on top of Bubble Boy right here. And the Explo is already aiming at them. So one of your first priorities here should be to get away from Mr. Bubbles so that you can't get hit by the same shots. If like the Explo or the blah blah blah...
So just go by where the Tetras are heading, essentially.
Well, no. I would say
exactly where they are, but in that direction.
You want a different angle from what your teammates are taking. I would actually move further to the right if I had my choice here. Because what's probably going to happen if the Tetras run into trouble is that they're going to back up around this corner and use this for cover. If you run over there, then that just means the Explo is more likely to target it, and they're keeping two of you at bay at the same time. Mr. Bubbles is going to be out in the middle. You could go out over to the right and use mid for cover from here, and now the Explo has to look either at you or at Mr. Bubbles or at the Tetras. They can't hit two of you at the same time, and that's when you're more likely to win the fight. But we go out kind of like right on top of Bubbles, and so the Explo is aiming at them at the same time they're aiming at us. I'm not sure exactly what happens there. I don't think... It's possible that you stick your pinky toe out past the wall here, because normally with the Glugas, you throw the wall and then you dodge roll and you're safe behind the wall, and it's designed to be that length. It might have been messed up by the elevation change, though, that maybe your dodge rolls or your wall worked differently coming off the ledge. I'm not sure about that, and I don't really see how that would come into play. It might be lag. It might also be that there was like an Explo shot up in the air that fell down on top of you after the wall went out, or that there was a blob or something that hit it. I'm not sure, but
What?
Like a bomb.
Hit me through.
the problem there in general is that you're moving into a position where the opponents are already going to be shooting. Like, they're looking at your teammates already. So if they're already putting shots there, that's not the place that you want to be. You want to be literally any place else. You don't want to put yourself in a position where they can shoot at both of you at the same time. So even if it means taking a slight bit longer to get out into mid to help them, probably better to try and take a slight off angle, maybe off to the right or something, just to keep yourself safe from that.
Through my wall.
Okay.
It was definitely very close to working, and you do get 2 down in that fight. One really good thing about that fight is that everybody's converging on the same fight at the same time. One big issue that we were seeing, especially like when you dropped into mid earlier, was that we were taking different fights at different times. The Tetras went down on the right-hand side after the Heavy had already gone down someplace else. You went in and didn't find where the Tetras were before you went down. Like, we're taking individual fights instead of everyone taking the same fight. When everyone takes the same fight, you're a lot more likely to win it, and even if you individually don't win it, your teammate is there to trade it back and at least make it a 1-for-1. And so you've got this insurance policy that even if you lose it, you might still come out even, as opposed to if you go down, well, tough, you just lost a player and there's nobody near enough to you to trade that back.
Right, that makes sense.
Now you know how umbrellas feel.
Hey, you know how umbrellas feel. Yeah, there you go.
Hydra is pushing.
Okay, good job stopping that. They didn't take... They're a very slow weapon, and it's possible that they probably could have gotten enough shots off, but it was a very tight and precise window for them to be able to get you there. So I'm surprised that they went for that.
Yeah. I don't know what the Hydra was doing there.
It's like, I kind of get it in that, look at their comp. Like, if the Hydra isn't going to do it, who else is going to? At least they have a fast kill time once they've got charge, right? So maybe they get up there and get set up, and now it's difficult for you to push in. They had to try something, but they did not execute very well.
Yeah.
I'm gonna go push.
Nice. Close one there. I would say once you get the Explo here, the Rapid and you are going to have about the same amount of time to respond, and it's kind of a 50-50 coin flip who wins this fight. Plus, you've already used a little bit of your ink tank getting them in the first place. I'd probably swim somewhere first, see what the Rapid is looking at, and then dodge roll relative to what they're thinking of doing. That'll, first of all, heal some of the damage that you've taken. You can see at the corners of your screen you are already damaged. And it'll throw off their understanding of where you are. And then, even once they start to track you again, then you can use the dodge rolls once you know where your aim is going to have to be. And you can probably catch them off guard that way. But when you commit to the first dodge roll, now you're stuck in that fight because you're committed. You can't swim anywhere else for a pretty good amount of time. So at that point, once you hit that first dodge roll, it was either you found your shots faster than they did, or you got splatted. And I think they only needed one shot based on how damaged you were from standing in enemy ink there. Okay, I think it's a combo of the torpedo and the rapid shot, but an indirect from the rapid plus torpedo damage doesn't splat you unless you're already damaged. And it does splat you because we stood on enemy ink and didn't end up healing.
Rapid was one.
Oh, the ink jetted. And blobbed on the snipe.
Damn, you're getting a lot of ink track strikes.
Okay, good. We keep zone there. I would definitely sit back and try and paint through this Booyah Bomb. We want the zone to stay on our side for as long as possible here, and the Booyah is the most immediate threat to that happening.
No, I'm
Every
not.
time I look.
And again, we dodge roll into the ink storm here. I would encourage you to only dodge roll when it's time to start actually shooting at someone. When there's somebody that you can see and know that you can hit. It feels like a lot of these dodge rolls are happening before you even have a target in mind.
Okay, traded with Blob.
Alright.
And remember what we said again about trades, that like, if we like the status quo, then we like trades, but we don't like the status quo. We just went 2 down before all of this happened, so we don't like trades. And that was a trade that we very much could have avoided here if we had just decided to sit back and paint the Booyah over, maybe paint up for our Booyah Bomb ourselves. If we had given ourselves an escape route, if we hadn't committed to double dodge rolling forward onto the enemy side zone that's visible from plat. Like, this is a really, really deep position to take, and we're committing as hard as our weapon possibly can to taking it when, again, we don't want trades. So it would be better here to play passively, to paint for special, and just kind of wait for us to have power play again.
No, it's fine.
I need to remember to stop playing like it's solo queue.
Okay, nice. We get 2 there. So that should enable us to move up onto the platform here. I probably wouldn't like set up with a dodge roll from here. I would wait and see what the opponents did and then see how I can use my dodge rolls to respond to it.
I thought I saw somebody there, that's why.
Okay. Because we see them here and then they go up to here.
By the right.
So that's what's going on. But yeah, they are not respecting our kill time there. So that's a good pick for us to get. I like that we're using the wall from there. What happened there?
I did not expect the torpedo.
What kills us, though? Because we shouldn't... Oh, I think we took some indirect damage from the Explo is what happened. Because I was like, a torpedo alone shouldn't be killing us there. Whenever you... I think one of the alarm bells that I want you to start training yourself to notice, you might have heard me talking about that with Z-Tech. Tell me if you didn't.
No, I don't think I did.
Okay. I have a video on this, too, called Recognizing Psychological Alarm Bells or something like that. There are certain things that happen in-game that need to take your focus away from what you're doing and instead focus on something else. Focus is often the enemy in Splatoon because you focus on something so much and then something else becomes important and you miss it. One of the things that should always be an alarm bell for you, something that goes ding-a-ling-a-ling-a-ling and stops you from doing whatever you're doing. You know, think like a fire alarm. It stops you from whatever you're doing and makes you go, oh, I need to leave the building. Is seeing these damage indicators in the corner of your screen. You never want to be putting yourself in a position where you might get engaged on or you're committed to something until you don't have those. You always want to be healing up whenever possible in between fights so that you're going into the next fight completely healed up so that they don't get damage combos on you that aren't supposed to work on paper. All that hits you here when you put the wall up is a torpedo. If you're healthy, you survive this, but you weren't healthy, and so it did enough damage to get rid of you.
Okay. I wasn't even weak.
Wasn't even weak? Incorrect, as we saw from the corners of your screen. That's how you could have known.
I didn't see it.
Mm-hmm. But okay. And so training yourself to recognize when you're weak because of that is going to be important for you. Okay. This is probably like the 4th time that we've dodge rolled into an ink storm. You never want to spend any amount of time in the ink storm if you can help it, right? We're not going to take the zone right away. We're probably not going to get a pick right away, and even if we could get a pick right away, we could probably wait for a second for the storm to pass and then go and get the pick and have it be safer. We're just like not looking before we leap with the double dodge roll thing.
So I just need to be more patient and observant.
It's not even that you want to like spend more time waiting. It's just before you commit to something, you need information to commit to. You need to know that there's someone there to you know, protect you. You need to know you have an escape route. You need to know that like you're in range to be able to hit this person. You need to know you have your aim on. Better to wait an extra second and have your reticle dead on and double roll in there, know you're going to get the pick and actually splat them, than to go in the second sooner and miss your shots and end up in this position where you're heavily damaged underneath an Explo, which could definitely splat you if it were looking at you.
Right.
Yeah, and this does end up going poorly. Another thing to think about, you didn't have teammates there with you. You didn't have paint at your feet when you landed. Like all of these are things that you want to consider and weigh in your head as like the risk-reward calculation before just throwing yourself into the enemy team.
I wait for you to respawn before doing it?
Yeah.
At that moment, you did have even numbers, but I would hazard a guess that you didn't know for sure that you had even numbers at the time that you were diving in there. You probably weren't considering it.
Yeah, no, I wasn't thinking about that.
Wave now.
Okay, nice. See, this is a good time to jump in, because notice how, like, right now we got information. There's a blaster back in the corner over here, and we've got a teammate out in front of us who could probably help pinch them with us. So we go in on this, and we're looking at them. They end up going down early. But, like, this I'm cool with. We have all this paint around us for us to get away with. And we have a teammate here that's going to help us if this fight goes south. Like, this is an option. This is a time where, without even spending any extra time collecting the information, we can know that this fight is better for us. Which is why, like, I hesitate to say, like, you need to be more patient. Because that feels to me like saying to you that you need to be more passive. If you tell someone to be more aggressive, they're going to feed. If you tell someone to be more passive, they're going to take themselves out of play completely and have no impact on the game. What needs to happen instead is to consider whether you have an advantage or not. And if you have an advantage, be aggressive. If you don't have an advantage, be passive.
What I meant by patient, I meant, like, just think about what I'm doing for, like, a second or two before I actually do it.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I would agree with that.
Wave now.
Oh, I have Explo, so.
Got Explo.
Okay. We're lucky there that the Explo misses, but they were lucky that we missed in the first place. It was a good engagement to take. We just didn't quite get there with the aim. Once we missed the first set of shots, and before they started being able to fire the shot that would have killed us if it had hit, we probably wanted to dodge roll away to make that miss.
Okay. I'll watch the right for the blob. Got Hydra.
Nice job. Be aware that your the auto bomb they threw there is going to keep tracking you. Like, once that lands, what I would do is sit on top of it to get it to trigger and explode, so that I don't have to worry about it continuing to chase me here. Because we start dodge rolling, and now that almost kills us. And a big reason that almost killed us was because we double dodge rolled. But another reason is that we didn't defuse the bomb. We didn't cause it to explode in a safe spot before we went and did something else.
Yeah, I don't think I noticed it.
But that's another reason that the double dodge roll is really dangerous, that as soon as someone throws a bomb at you, you might not be able to get away from the explosion.
Yeah. Right.
Suction bomb absolutely kills you there because it has a bigger blast radius and you don't get away as fast.
Nice.
All right. So yeah, big thing that I would say is stop double dodge rolling, just in general. Make a separate decision for every dodge roll instead of deciding at any one moment that I'm going to double dodge roll. Then when you're going to go in, make sure that you have an advantage that makes it worth going into. Make sure that you're not dropping into like enemy ink, that you're not dropping into like an ink storm. Make sure that you have 2 different escape routes, any place that you decide to dive into, so that you're going to be able to make it out without having to like dodge roll through enemy ink repeatedly. Make sure you always have enough ink to do what you're trying to do, and always try to put yourself in positions to support your teammates instead of going in by yourself, which also means that you're going to want to focus on numbers advantage and knowing when you have it and when you don't more frequently. Do you have any questions for me?
So just try to, like, be more aware and just try to,
make more informed decisions.
Yeah.
I always try to phrase things in terms of, here is what you should do. Because try to be more aware is really vague and doesn't really actually give you a habit to practice. So what I would say that should be your habit is, before you take a fight, have answers to a few of those questions that lead you towards the conclusion that I can win this fight. Don't just like see movement of the enemy color and immediately be like, I'm dodge rolling into that and trying to kill it. See it and then be like, do I have a way out if I go for that? Am I in range to hit that? Are my teammates around? Can I go for that?
Yeah, that was exactly my train of thought, I'm pretty sure. I see them move and I just go.
Yeah. So there is a time for that mental state. And that time is when you know your team has a massive advantage, and even if you go in and trade, there will be someone to trade it back for you. Or even if you go in and get splatted, there will be someone to trade it back for you. So, like, if you're in a 4v2 situation and the rest of your team is with you and they're all running in the same direction, yeah, that is when you activate that mode in your brain. If you're in a 2v4 situation and going after that player involves dropping into enemy ink, those are some alarm bells that should be ringing in your head telling you, wait a minute, instead of doing what you're currently doing, you should be doing this instead.
Alright. So yeah, it just comes back to thinking about my decisions before actually doing them impulsively.
Mm-hmm. And before there's a decision to make, you want to be collecting information constantly. Because a top player is going to move about as fast as you were here. They're just going to know before they move that what they're doing is going to work.
Alright.
So eventually you are going to get up to the speed where you don't have to stop and think, but for now it can help to slow things down because you need to know before you go into a fight that you're gonna you have the information that you're likely to win it, that you're not just throwing yourself away.
Okay.
Another thing is with the objective to make more of a priority of playing it. I don't think there was a moment here, there may have been like one or two, where you stopped and just painted the zone over a little bit. It'll give you your special more often, and it's the way that you win the game. So even though your weapon isn't the best equipped to do it, if there's nobody contesting you and the zone isn't your color yet, you owe it to yourself and your team to just stop and take that time uncontested to paint the zone.
Yeah, I just have a bad habit of not doing that when I play Gulgast because of paint being one of the weaknesses.
Mm-hmm. And at a top competitive level, that's the reason you're not going to see Gloogadoolies in splat zones. It's that they aren't going to paint super well, and even in a neutral engagement, they're probably just going to end up giving the zone over. But in this case, you know, there were a number of moments there where nobody was painting the zone, and so having someone paint the zone is better than having no one paint the zone. And that would have gotten you more points and gotten you through to the KO quicker.
Alright, so just objective more, essentially, and then...
Yeah, like in zones, first priority is get objective under control, second priority is start taking fights.
Yeah, I was doing it flipped, essentially, in my head.
Mm-hmm. Now, there are times in zones when they have control where in order to get to the zone in the first place, you're going to have to splat people. And it's important to recognize when that's the case. But, like, when you're already on the zone, in front of the zone, you know, they're pushed really far away from it, and you still don't have it capped, then just turn and cap it for a sec.
Yeah. Alright. That makes sense. A lot of the things that you brought up, I just never thought of it that way, you know?
Well, I'm glad that it's helpful, and I hope that that helps you and the rest of y'all to be more successful as a team.
Alright. Do you guys have any questions, Bubbles or Allie?
No, I think I got it.
Oh, she's muted. Okay.
Yeah, Ali's muted.
Got everything.
Okay. Alright.
Alright. Well, thank you.
Yeah, thank you.
Yeah, absolutely. And thanks to all of y'all for coming on and giving us footage to look over.
Alright. We will try to improve on those things. And yeah.
Good luck, y'all. I'm going to hang up from the call now. Thanks for coming on, everybody.
Alright, thank you. Bye.
Farewell.
Alrighty. I still never finished my sandwich. I only had 2 bites left, too. Made with Clipchamp. I don't know what that program is. Is that like a free software that helps you like edit with it or something? Like a video editing software? I use a software that's frankly more expensive than it's worth. What line? It's a joke on the word pride and how, like, obviously here Pride Month is Pride Month, but there's also a Pride of Lions. When can we expect weapon select videos for Sizzle season? It'll probably happen pretty soon. I need more of an understanding of how Paintbrush works. Paintbrush is something that's not really well understood by anyone yet. And so I'm waiting for more information to come in on how that works. But I think pretty much everything else I've got a pretty good idea on. Darn, the 24 hours are up, so we don't have a guaranteed humpback slash barnacle and dime anymore. Thoughts on the machine nerf? Will it change its role and viability? It's definitely going to change its usage rate at top level. I think there are going to be far fewer machine-based comps. A 5-frame fire rate nerf is awful. Like that, it is really, really bad for that weapon. I'm not saying it was a bad idea overall, that like it's bad for the game or anything, but machine players are very negatively impacted by that. That was already something that was weak about the weapon. And remember that this is a weapon that needs at minimum 2 shots to splat. And that's if they have perfect accuracy. You know, that's if they hit at least one direct. If they don't hit a direct, then it can be 3 shots. And so let's say it's a 2-shot, right? And we've added 5 frames to each of those swings. So that's 10 frames extra. That's an extra 1/6 of a second. In 1/6 of a second, a splatter shot, let's see, 1/6 of a second, so 10 frames. A splatter shot almost hits 2 shots in that time. It's close to the amount of time that it takes for this weapon to do 2 shots, and it only needs 3 to splat. So, like, when a machine fires, there is almost enough time for a splatter shot to splat 2 people, if they're frame perfect with it, in the amount of time between the machine firing the first shot and firing the second shot. Like, people look at the frames and like, what, 5/60ths of a second? That's nothing. No, this is a fast game. That is a very significant amount of time. So, yeah, that's a pretty big deal. And it's visible. It's something that, like, feels different. It throws off people's muscle memory. Like, that's how you know that it's a pretty significant impact on the game. Now, to what extent it's going to screw things up is still in question. Because the weapon still has fizzy bombs and still has booyah bomb. It is still one of the most synergistic kits in the entire game. And so it's entirely possible that people may still run it with almost the same frequency. But they're going to want to try and run something else when they can. Because it's going to feel worse. It's just like, they lost a lot of combat potential. Big bubbler buff. Everyone needs to play Squiffer. This is Squiffer propaganda. Big bubbler buff. It has some aspects of it that are nerfs, actually. A bigger radius protects more, but it didn't really need to protect more. Like, what value does that give you exactly? I guess it lets you fire from a little bit further forward and still stay within the bubble. So maybe it helps you control a little more space in that way. But here's what else it does. It puts the edge of the bubble closer to your opponent. So it's easier for your opponents to get inside the bubble. It also makes the bubble a bigger target. Because the biggest problem with bubble right now, and what they haven't really addressed, is that in a coordinated setting, a big bubbler goes out, and then the entire team is just going to focus the bubble down unless there's something else in front of the bubble preventing it from being attacked. So the bubbler is just going to get shredded in like 3 seconds, and now it's not doing anything for you. Having the bubble be a bigger target only makes it easier to shred it. So I'm leaning towards it is a buff, but it's not as big of a buff as you would think. Thoughts on the ballpoint now? Ballpoint is still the best weapon in the game. There was an argument it was the best weapon in the game on the last patch. That argument is stronger on this patch. Glorified Squid Beacon. I mean, it does have utility. Being able to block enemy shots is good. Like, it's not like people don't play 52 gal for the wall or something like that. But there is a point at which making the bubble a certain size is just bad for it. I don't think you've quite reached that point yet, but it does exist. Is BP or Splash better at carrying teams in series than trying to rank up? They're both fine. They should... I think the top NA solo queue player from the last season was a Sploosh main. Like, they got Sploosh up to like 2880 or something. Sploosh is not a good weapon, but if they can get that far, you can get as far as you want to with a ballpoint or a splash. Do you know when the fist bump activates? So maybe this has been data mined since, but last I checked, it's confirmed that both players need to have 3 gold medals. There might be other criteria involved, and that's the part that I haven't confirmed yet. You don't have to KO. Devi's theory is that the 2 players need to be next to each other on the end screen, on the victory screen, and that the game wouldn't necessarily put them next to each other, so you have to get lucky with their positioning. I'm not sure that that's true, but I also haven't got information to confirm or deny it. Thoughts on Big Swig Express? It's definitely better than the previous Big Swig because it gets a better special. And the one thing that the Big Swig is good at, that's like would be worth putting onto a competitive team, is having a special that it can spam with its insane pain output. Its combat is better now. It's still not like a great fighting weapon, but the real reason you're picking it, the like primary draw that you would have from it that another weapon won't give you, is its ability to pain a lot for a good special. Now, you've already got the ability to pain a lot for a good special and fight better with some other weapons. So it's very, very niche. It's a weapon that you would only see pulled out if they really needed a lot of ink storms and didn't really care too much about the weapon not being able to fight. And they really needed a lot of paint as well with it. I can see it seeing some use more than some other weapons in the game, but I don't think it's going to be like a mainstay of the competitive scene, based on what I've seen so far. Oh, that was Kitty's theory, Debbie? Well, I will credit it properly in future. Thank you. Yeah, like, the likelihood of you getting 3 gold and another teammate also getting 3 gold is pretty low. Because, like, every gold medal that you get, you're taking away from the pool of things that your teammate could get, right? As soon as they get, like, 2 golds and a silver, you're out of the running for it. At what level of play does Reef Slider... So, Reef Slider is more likely to get punished at higher level. That doesn't mean that you can't use it at a high level. Like, just go and watch top-level Tetris players, right? They pull off some successful Reef Sliders from time to time. Like, Reef Slider is in a much better place than it was on earlier patches. Just, it's still not great. Has the nerf to Splash done anything to make dualies more attractive as a crab option? I'm sure they're more attractive now. I don't know that they're so much more attractive now that people are actually going to go for them. Because it's a very slight nerf on the Splash. It's like a slight reduction in combat range in very niche situations, or a slight painting nerf. It's kind of unclear the way that it's worded, and I haven't really worked out exactly what was different. But it doesn't feel particularly different. And it's not going to change its position in the metagame so much that it's still not one of the best weapons in the game. But there's been room to run dualies if you have a reason to run them over the Splash. Just, you gotta come up with that reason. Confused as to why people aren't raving about light Tetras. So, Tetras don't play around their special very often. Like, the whole thing with the dark Tetras was, well, I don't give a care about my special. It's not giving me that much value. Let's just dive. Like, we're not losing that much value by dying with our special intact. Because we don't care about the special that much. Once you start caring about the special, you start playing differently. Because you're like, wait, I could dive, or I could have a special and then dive. And so it's going to change the playstyle pretty significantly. From what I'm hearing, there are going to be situations where you'll want the light Tetras, but more situations where you'll want the dark Tetras. Part of the reason is the Autobomb. Autobomb is pretty good for Tetras because it gives them the ability to scout things out before they dive into them. And Sprinkler just kind of doesn't. And Sprinkler also, like, sure, it's going to help you paint for more Zipcasters, but that's about the only value you're getting out of it. So, yeah, that's generally what I'm hearing from Tetris players, is that they will... yes. Typically what I'm hearing from Tetris players is that they're probably going to play more dark, but are going to have the option of light available, and that they're going to keep that practice so that they can run it if they need to. Yep. And I made the decision to stay 10 Detect Division a long time ago. Until I start getting to the point where it's difficult for me to find games because I'm too high ranked, it's worth it for me to just play in the lower lag environment. There's still more for me to learn here. So don't replace my gear set? No, absolutely do not. Nice. Oh, that didn't hit? That's lame. I thought that was easily melee range. I waited for it and everything. We might be losing control here, which would mean that I want him to be moving over to the other side of the map. I was hoping that I could squid roll off the back. I don't even know if that's a thing. That was the only way I was going to get out in time. I also haven't put any beacons out, which is not smart of me. It's a little bit risky. Something's happening around the tower there. I got a little bit too far out ahead of this here. I'm using the map there to try and use the beacon to spot people out. Beacon gives you about a Booyah Bomb-sized radius of vision if you look at the map. Where, like, you would be able to see people that you wouldn't normally be able to spot. I'm fine with pushing up that far and taking that fight, because I traded, so it kept things even. And people were backed up really far before they were able to go after me. I'm going to get off the tower here, because we're 2 down. It's not going to be safe to stay here. I don't think they spotted me. Oh, they did spot me. Crap. Jump over here, 2v2 right now. Where's my teammate at? Oh, they're on the other side, and they just went down. So I'm going to try and draw them away in this direction, behind the tower. Give the team time to come back in. Because if there are people behind the tower, then that gives my teammates the ability to approach the tower more quickly. Take it away like that. Okay, we got it. Okay, that's one from the missiles, but then we lost another someplace else, and we shouldn't be on tower still. Nice, good job, teammate. See there, I stayed in the fight and did damage up until the point where I was about to die, and then I just backed up, because I knew I had a teammate who was going to be looking out for me, and that they would do the rest of the damage, since they were uncontested the whole time. I skirmished, in short. Okay. Still one there. We gotta get rid of. We're not doing that very effectively. Okay, it looks like we're gonna end up winning this game on defense rather than on offense. Thought I could hit that. Nice. Okay. We harassed them enough that the teammate was able to get up there, so it worked out. Splatoon has turned into a sweat fest. I don't have fun playing it. I'll go back to Splatoon 2 for some calm. Hot take. I think that's more of a you thing than it is an other people thing. Splatoon is a game that has skill-based matchmaking. they're going to put you up against players who are at or near your skill level. And that's true in every game mode. I think your perception of the game is more contributing to that statement than the reality of the situation, because if you just like stop playing as well and just take it easy, you're gonna end up against players who you're at about a 50-50 win rate against playing that way. And then if you pick it up again, then you'll probably get better from there, right? Like, sure, the global population of people who play the game is going to get better at the game over time, just because it's been out for longer, and so, you know, with fewer new players being added to the system and more veteran players being in it, sure, you're more likely to run into people who are more experienced, I guess. But it's still going to try and match you against people who are near your skill level, and there's probably a pretty darn good number of people who are there. So, I don't think the statement of, like, calling players sweaty is typically coming from an analytical perspective. If you play at level 1, okay, but are you playing at level 1? There aren't a lot of people who are at level 1. There aren't a lot of people for it to match you up against at all, if that's what you're looking for. Fastest thing I can probably do to help right now is get missiles, which I'm going to do. Fire all those off and then pray that someone's able to follow up on them. Nah, it's a little bit too slow there. The movement there was mostly to move the autobomb around. I was trying to get it to explode, but I messed up there. Is there somebody on there? I'd really like to know. I'm not used to the decision tree of, like, deciding to become the tower rider. Whoa, 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 what? I was not ready for that at all. Okay, so 1v1. Oh, no. Alright, well, we got the pick. Nice, teammates are able to follow up. We've got to stop the tower here. Someone get on, move it away, move it away. Okay, whew. Close one. We're so close to getting check. Darn. Okay. We can wait a little bit. We've got time before they get lead. That was not a great decision. I wasn't thinking about my kill time at close range. Good job on my team cleaning it up. That's a wipe. Alright, we got one, and we found the position of another. Teammates get a trade. I don't like that jump. Yeah, we stayed in a little bit too long there. Man. I probably shouldn't have tried to help. They were at a numbers disadvantage. Yeah, they probably get lead here. Ugh. I keep getting lasered in that position, so I just don't have the kill time to contest them. Well, I got one, but it wasn't one that was... It took me too long, really, to get through them, because that was a player who was in my way to get to the tower. I did need to get rid of them, but I can't do that very quickly from there. I didn't have time to farm for missiles either. Is fastest thing I can do to help something I should be consciously thinking about a lot in the middle of games? So the reason I thought about it there was that I could tell that we were about to lose the fight over the tower. If I jump in there, I'm not going to get there in time to protect that push. I'm going to need to do something sooner if I want to have any impact on it at all. That's kind of the thinking that I'm going into that with. So what you really want in the general case is like the most effective thing that you can do to help. You want to do the thing that's going to work, not necessarily the thing that's going to tickle the enemy team and give away your position and then leave you stuck. But in that case, time was a factor, because if I'd tried to jump in, I probably would have just gotten camped. Hi, Kitty. What's going on? That was a very laggy player, and they might DC. I honestly probably only get away there because of the nerf to the sloshing machine. I think that legitimately made the difference there in whether I was able to survive or not. We need to stop taking this fight and take the fight over the tower. There we go. Yeah, okay, we're good. We followed up. Good job, team. Nice, nice. Oh, well, that's just the most unfortunate thing. I didn't recognize the crab tank soon enough. I needed to get away from that faster. Oh, that missed. Move this. There's like one arrow spray who's trying to get up on the tower, and we're not shooting at them. This is the least threatening thing that they could have there. Most of the reason I'm painting that is to give my teammate an escape route. It is also nice to have the Zuka as fast as I'm going to have it here. And that gives us check. This aerospray is getting away with a lot. I would really like for them to not just be able to walk up to the tower like they're doing, because we have a lot of range that they don't have. Immediately. I'm trying to go where my teammates aren't going. Hopefully we win that on left. Nice. Okay. Gotta stop the tower. Can you push up in the direction of the tower? I shouldn't have been on it, but I also think that we probably could have just pushed up in front of it once we had the numbers there. Thought I had someone there. Now I just don't have the range to catch anyone. Hit him once. There we go. Nice, we got the lead. Alright. It was scrappy, but we did it. So now goal is just to farm for special and be able to stop them one last time. Maybe two last times, depending on how the pace of the game goes. I'm gonna wait the crab out. Bomb landing on tower is really helpful. Send it back here. Nice. Alright. We just squeaked it out. Definitely didn't feel great, but we won. Do you believe in a skill cap? Having a very... Oh, I got a fist bump! Let's go. Do you believe in a skill cap? I'm having a very hard time improving both in the team and in solo queue. Skill cap. What does that even mean? Does that mean that, like, there's a certain point at which an individual is as good as they're gonna get? Like, there's as good as you're going to get, as good as you can get? Depends on the resources you put into it, depends on how well you're thinking about the game. Like, there are definitely some skills that are, I don't know, genetic that are advantageous for it, but I don't think there's anything that you couldn't persevere through if you were smart about how you approached the game and kept trying to learn. Like, if you're looking for a reason to give up just because you're having trouble, I'm not going to give it to you. There are good reasons to give up. I just don't know that you're finding one of them. It feels just to me like you're just kind of frustrated, which is normal and it's fine. But you definitely, you know, I would encourage you to try and, you know, pick yourself back up and figure out where your blocks are. Well, okay. Okay, nice. We got the zip caster. That puts them at a disadvantage. Or that was an inkjet jump, actually. Nice. Good job, teammate. Got him. I committed hard to that side because I knew my teammate was watching the other. and that they couldn't cover the side that I had access to. It's really important not to go back and forth if you've got a teammate who's going to be watching the other angle. Because that's the way that the opponent gets away, with you two accidentally shooting the same side. If you just hard commit to the one and show your teammate, I'm only going to shoot the right side, it's your job to shoot the left side, then they have no way out 100% of the time. Oh boy. Ooh. I did not think they had that angle. When someone's spawning, there are only so many places they're going to go. And you can often predict, based on where they, you know, start heading out, which of those directions they're going to want to take. For example, if they're going to go up to glass, there's like one straight line that they're going to take to go there. They're not going to like go in a curvy line. So you can just kind of figure, oh, okay, they're going this way, so this is where they're about to be, and put the shot there. Oh, this is a mistake. It's also a mistake on their part to be here, but... ah, shoot. We probably lose lead there. Or maybe not. Ah. We need to get someone on tower now, if we're gonna keep lead. Yeah, they got it. That's not a huge deal. They... oh, this is a big deal, though. That's a lot of points we're about to lose. Anyone helping me here? Oh, was I just hitting the Kraken that whole time? Man. Okay. That really fell apart once we lost advantage there. Charging the guy with the rocket launcher is often actually a pretty good idea, because the rocket launcher can't move very well. So if it's not seeing you coming and hitting you from a long way away, it's probably in some trouble. I felt like I did a decent job there. We didn't have a lot of paint, and we didn't have a lot of pushing power, so it's understandable that like once they got some momentum, it was really hard to stop them. We've already got one. I missed the jump button. Man. Alright. Team made up for it. Good job, squad. Let's see if I can get some pressure on this player. Make it difficult for him to shoot at us. Okay, well, not anymore. Now we flee. Okay, well, I guess if you want me dead that badly... It was honestly a mistake on their part, because in order to fight me, they had to turn their backs on my team. It's something where, like, if you're in a position where you're definitely dead, at least make it easy for your team to, like, avenge you, you know? Put yourself in a position where if they're going to fight you, they're going to struggle to, like, be able to be in that position. Oh, I didn't hit that? Shoot. I had to read too. Very good Booyah Bomb, though. That was huge for me. Nice. This Hydra probably got, like, 9 kills in that 1 minute game. Was that 5? Might have been 5. And we had a fist bump in the middle. Love to see it. Hi there, Sonny. Nay. Yeah, that top 500 won't last. Not at this rank, anyway. But I can definitely push this higher than 2088. I'm not super happy with that. Number 93 with a 2253, yeah. It's like, later on in the season, a 2253 is not going to get you that high. Number 1 Trizuka user. Used it once. It's not wrong. I did use Trizuka more than anybody else in the game. It's so silly when they give you that, and nobody else in the game has the same special that you do. It's like, cool, yes, I was the best at doing what only I could possibly have done. Thanks. I feel so edified for that. Oh, what is the E-leader up there for? Oh boy. I guess maybe they're trying to go for the flank on the left. But like, if I went down there, I don't know, they probably don't want to be that close. Okay, we're gonna die is what we're gonna do. A little bit too much indirect damage. I don't have a good angle to use this from. This is such an annoying rain. My idea. I shouldn't have gone into that patch of ink. That was the most predictable place for me to go. Got a little bit lucky there, because I was just kind of swinging my aim around. Bad aim. That was definitely winnable, I just played it badly. Okay. We're defending okay, we just really need to get our act together on the pushes. We need to stop just, like, randomly losing someone before we can get anywhere. Oh, wow. get out of the range of the E-Leader, and it took too long. They were able to get too many shots on me before I did. And the only player up. Okay, we're getting them on defense. Now let's get forward on offense. What else going up there? We got one. That would have been fine, except that when the Tower Rider went down, the tower got in the way and started shoving me around. Nice trade back. Nobody's on tower. We need to get to tower. We can't just stand there. We have to get on the tower. 3 seconds. Nobody's up there with them, so we lose right there. Why didn't we move forward? There's a lot of, like, sitting around on plat there at the end. You're the best gem in the room, exactly. That's what it's like. Is Bubble good yet? I would say not really. It's probably slightly better, but there are definite downsides also to the changes that they made to it. Thoughts on H3D? I've already given my thoughts on H3D in a video. So if you want the full thing, you can just go look that up on YouTube. I use max sensitivity. I think Stamper will still be good. It's going to be worse for sure. Like 30% ink consumption is an insane amount to nerf it by. I can't say I really like this comp. But I don't like theirs either, so... Okay, we got player over here. It's not a time to get on tower yet, but we can stop them from... on the tower ourselves. Should go down to this. There we go. We're still riding tower. We don't get any further than that. Probably not a worthwhile push at all. They need to jump out. Alright, make it. Hopefully we can stop tower, though. No. What? Oh, from the right. I didn't even know there was someone there. That's a good shark from them. We need to stop dying. In neutral. I like that positioning. You're gonna die there. I think it's one. Oh. Not, please. Thank you. Okay, let's get this out of here, please. Move forward, paint up, get them out of there. I kind of gave away the teammate's flank. I was hoping that, like, once I fired the shot there, that they wouldn't go that way, because they'd know that the enemy would be looking. That's one of them. Cool, got the second one. Going in there, so let's create some havoc over here. We both just died. Nice shots. That should allow us to start moving in. Don't need to worry about that guy down there right now. We can just focus on getting the tower. Now we worry about what's on the right. With that, please. Oh man. I keep trying to support on the left here, but which is just not working. Get off their escape route here. They just get bumped off. Oh, no, 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 get up, get up, get up. Oh shoot, I hope that doesn't cost us. That's game. We just crowded everybody up on the tower, and so of course if you go there, everyone's just going to die, because the entire enemy team is going to focus it. That's why I dropped off to fire the Trizuka shots. It was hard to get a good angle on anything, because they were all also just grouped up around the tower. There's nothing else that was flushing them out of cover or something. Do you consider the S2 T-Tech your main more than any S3 weapon? Yes. There's a lot of S2 K-Shot in my playstyle as well. But I just have many more hours in those weapons than I have in any of these. Well. I think I had a pretty positive contribution to the game at least. I don't feel too bad about it. I'm reserving judgment on the paintbrush until I see a competitive player using it on like a coordinated team. There could definitely be potential, but that potential is never going to be shown from the early days of solo queue when the weapon is just released. This is a little too early. We'll just stay up here. Throw some bombs as necessary. Might be good to trade off with the Nova once their special's gone, but for now we're doing fine. Man, they're not even getting close. They drew the fire over to me, so it's harder for me to ride, but... Stop moving people's lines of fire to the tower. Okay. No, that was really good frontlining there. Like, I had the easy job. All I had to do was ride. It's just like, occasionally, like, they'd be engaged with some opponent, and they'd just run that opponent's line of fire towards the tower, so that I was getting shot by someone who wasn't even trying to shoot at me. So that was less than ideal, but we got it done. Was our whole team deathless? Because that felt like a game where we were all deathless. Oh, not quite. A couple of us were, though. The thing about the new brush is that it has to know you're there before you know that it's there. I feel like that's the way that it works. And I worry that that's not going to be good for it, because the way that I've been seeing people talk about it, it feels like it's going to farm for Wavebreaker, but also try to shark. But, like, painting and sharking are kind of fundamentally at odds with each other. If you're painting, they know where you are, which is the opposite of sharking. So I don't know how it's going to be able to rotate between those two play styles very well. But I mean, it does have the ability to do both things. Yeah, I screwed that up entirely, but thankfully they screwed up even more. Whew. What they should have done there was move forward instead of backing up. That would have gotten them out of there. Ah, darn. I'm just getting out of here. This is not a favorable fight. Nobody's shredding the bubbles, so we're just going to leave it up. Should be the moment that we can stop the tower. Okay, I'm glad I got that trade. I really needed to. Still don't have a lot of forward pressure, and I'm feeling pretty uncomfortable about that. Bazooka shot here. Oh, God. How are you not dead? What? I think at least with indirects that would have worked. And we're 3 down. We go after the tower, please, and not... We're just letting them score. We had his... Oh, man. What was it Kraken for if not to stop the tower? Oh, that's game. We got so distracted by that player on our back right that nobody actually played the objective. I would figure at least the Kraken would try to go in and stop the tower first, just to stall for some time. But that's what happens when you die. You leave things in the hands of people that you have no control of, that you can't give, you know, call-outs to or anything like that. And I definitely did my fair share of dying. Come on! 106? Alright, let's fix this. It's crazy that I lost 106 when I even had a win on the ticket. Like, what would it have been if I had lost all 3? You can go 2 and 3 and lose 85 points. We go 3 and 0 and 110. Well, yeah, like, because, and it can also work the other way around, right? You can go 3 and 2 and gain 300 points, and go 0 and 3 and lose 10. It's all based on the relative skill of the players around you and whether it's predicting you should win or lose. If you win a game that you're not supposed to win, that gives you more points. If you lose a game you're not supposed to lose, that loses you more points. Did that hit? No. I should be able to catch this player, right? Got it. Let's get back here, because it's just me and my teammate, and we're going to be on defense still. No. Alright, good catch. We should probably move to the left instead of the right, considering they're still riding the tower. There we go. What's with the this way? We're moving. We're pushing them out of the way. There are fights? Oh my god, there's still someone here. Okay, good pick. Let's see if we can get out in front of the tower here before anyone else moves in. Nice. Beautiful. That should be game. Alright, that push went really well. Got a little bit of a numbers advantage, then kept it going with the Zuka, and then got in there and splatted a couple people with the main weapon. That's all the momentum we needed. I did end up picking 10 Detective Vision, yes. It's nice that it does actually show the power from this screen. I believe on the previous UI it didn't show it there, and so you just had to remember it from like before matchmaking started. It's not a great UI. Other things we should look for when watching our own replays. I believe I have a video about that. Video on VOD reviewing yourself. That's something that I get asked a lot. Maybe it's called like watching your replays or something. Cool. Roller. And they're right there. Nice. Trying to go over the side at me. Someone needs to take the tower, and then other people need to play with it. Oh, that's terrible, Luca. Nice. Okay, nice. Nobody came back for the tower, though. I guess I probably should have anticipated that. There was someone behind the tower, but they went down when I went down, so... Lost a little bit of time to that, but we got the checkpoint, which is big. Probably don't get very far past this. I think the roller knew, but the blaster didn't. Teammates don't know where that last player is. Oh my god. Can we stop tower, please? Focus on tower. We're about to lose lead. Focus on tower. Whew, okay, it was a little closer than it needed to be. But we're here. Get the last player. There we go. Nice. Just Luna Blaster. Beautiful. I knew I could get them because they were already damaged. Normally you don't want to challenge a roller there at all, but knowing that they only had a couple hits left, I figured I'd be able to do it. I actually missed a shot there, which I think would have made me get it cleanly. But I'm fine with the trade too. As long as they're not building any momentum. We're doing a good job of spotting the roller out when they're showing up. Part of it is that they don't have a lot of paint. Brush is dead if they stay. Oh, okay. I don't know where the rest of their team went, because I should have been able to collapse on that, I think. But cool. Take it. And let's just see if we can get a fight going off the tower here. Okay, doesn't matter. We win. My idol gem? Oh, thank you, Grant. Hi, JC. Oh, you were my teammate? Awesome. GG. Opinion on Paintbrush. I'm reserving judgment for now because I haven't seen it in competitive play. And so it's hard for me to tell. It's definitely not a weapon that I would be great at either way. So my personal experience doesn't tell me much with it. And watching random people play it in solo queue is going to make it look infinitely worse than it actually is, regardless of how good the weapon is. Oh boy, that is a leader. we are afraid. We are living in fear. But it's better than dying in fear. Where did he go? I just completely lost visual track. Pressure on the left, but I really would like to be able to stop the tower here. Darn. Pressure from the left didn't get quite far enough, quite fast enough. We can stop the tower here. I don't know why we're waiting. Okay. Okay. We got a leader and blasters. That's actually a good range for them. And most other weapons, standing back that far is like, you're not having an impact on the tower at all, but those weapons are actually far long-ranged enough to do it. Oh my god, I missed everything. Oh, hi. That should get us the checkpoint, which is a big milestone. That was a lot to do. E-Leader's going to have a tough time in that particular transition point, finding a spot to stand. That's unfortunate. And everybody's dead. Oh no, I hit my camera! Dang it! That was a winnable fight, and I just messed it up. Clipped my right stick, and it threw my aim way off. Do I drop left on this? I don't think I do. I think I need to come in from here. Oh, crap. Nice job coming in from the other side. Still need to stop tower. we go. This is a really good hold we've got right here. If we can keep it. Oh my god. Okay, okay. It's 3 down. Just have to dodge Azuka. We're so close. It's all painted. Well, no KO, but we did get lead. And we've got a very defensive comp, so hopefully we're going to be able to hold from here. Just need to not go too many down. I'm not going to try and aggress too much. There you are. Beautiful. Nice. Okay. Well, that's one clean ticket. Let's see if we get a really big bump like we just had a really big loss. We lost 106.8, I think, on the last one. But 3 in a row, maybe we get 150 back. Hey, and we got the fist bump with the E-Leader, too. Only 75. I mean, it's a lot of points, but it's not as many as I lost. And this should be map mode, yeah. Alright. Zones, Museum, and Wahoo. I'm not playing more Mahi Mahi, that's for sure. I'll try out Wiper Deco on these. It's not the end of the world if I get a bad power early on. Got the whole season to iron it out. You tried light, you mean like light Tetras? I'm not a Tetris player, and I've never played a Zipcaster weapon, so I wouldn't be good with it. I've played Tetris a little bit. I actually did have a moment in S2 where I was trying to make them work competitively, but I definitely didn't stick with it. So I'm better with the Tetras than I am with some other main weapons, but definitely not something that's going to be in my rotation. Is custom dually squelchers good? I personally think it's worse than the other kit, but there are people who disagree with me. I just don't know if there are people who are better than me at the game who disagree with me. I ran out of places to paint. I should probably have just played really safe and gotten missiles first and then tried to peek that. Okay, here we go. Let's see how this works. They pulled up just before I was going to be able to get in range of them. Okay, well, I don't know how that happened, but I'm all here for it. Zone first, other stuff later. Good rule of thumb for this mode. Okay. I mean, if you want to go for it, then sure. We gain points for the trade. Set this here. Put this here. Ah. I'm really bad at setting up melee range shots. Something I haven't quite gotten the hang of on this main weapon. It'll probably iron itself out with more practice, but it would also probably be faster if I could get advice from a wiper player at some point on that. It's like maybe I'm trying to play it too much like a roller, and it just doesn't have the capability to set up ambushes that quickly. That I'm expecting too much of the weapon. Or maybe I just need to get the timing of it. Imagine I just do this. Then I get whomped by the roller, because dynamo rollers actually have awareness. Okay. Well, we've got to jump in, because there's just no time. They dropped down. We might be able to get zone here. We need a cap, we need a cap, we need a cap. Oh god, this is bad. Ah, darn. Too many died. I do not like this weapon on this main, on this map, because there's too much elevation change that's blocking my shots. So where I'm trying to paint zone from is really predictable. The beacons are probably still good. Maybe I just have to play more supportive than I'm trying to. But yeah, that felt really bad. What was the other one? It was Wahoo and Museum was the other one. Crab's good on both of those. Does it matter if I'm watching from YouTube or Twitch? Twitch isn't monetized, so I mean, if it doesn't make any difference to you, then I guess I'd say watch on YouTube instead. But it's just whatever you feel like. Doesn't make a huge difference. I think I tend to get more chat traffic on YouTube. So it might be more people to talk to that way. If you're not interested in reading through what's going on Restream. I don't know. I don't care that much. Ah, the wave breaker got me on the back end. Having a hard time getting in. At least we capped. Okay, good pick from the Tetras. Nice, that's 2 down. You need to get forward and get on the zone. You need to get forward and get on the zone. We took too long to get on the zone. We're still scoring. Okay. Jeez. I don't know if they're explicitly targeting me, but it's smart of them to if they are, because I'm one of the only weapons that's actually going to paint the zone really well. Okay. Oh, that was not where I thought I was at all. What? Oh, come on. I thought I was up top. That's a rough way to lose a game. I actually almost splatted someone on zone. If anything was going to stop it, that was. I don't think it would have done it, though. I was an English teacher. Ooh, overall splatter with 4. We were not getting a lot else done. Jim got fired? What? You know that there are other ways to not be working a job than to get fired, right? I've never been fired. There was one time that the company that I was working on ceased to exist, but I've never been fired. It wasn't quite that I quit just to go straight to YouTube. There were a couple of groups that I worked with before I ended up on YouTube. I guess I can tell that story if people don't know it. I've told it a number of times on stream before. Charge people for lessons? Some lessons, yes. There are a few free lessons that I do every week. And there's a bit of a line for those, but I try to keep that option open in case people aren't able to pay for them. But I can only afford to spend so much time doing things for free. Bills to pay and all that. Well, that didn't work at all. Please don't go in yet. We don't have any support for you there. Okay, we did. No, we're dead. Wow. That can... Jeez. That has a lot more range than I thought. It's troublesome. Shoot the torpedo. Oh, no. Well, the fastest way forward at this point is to just go straight for zone. Let's corner ourselves here and do this. Now we have to get away. Oh, man, this expo is so accurate. And everybody else is dying too. I just don't have a way in. This is game over. If you're interested in lessons, go here and find my Metafy. As for career path, I taught English for 3 years and got pretty burnt out on that, was working really long hours. There happened to be an opportunity to work as a tournament organizer, because I'd been a Super Smash Bros. Melee player for a good long time, all throughout college, and I was a major tournament organizer in the scene already. And somebody else had gone entrepreneurial on tournament organizing, trying to make a job out of providing tournaments at a brick-and-mortar venue that was specifically made for that. And so I went and worked for them for a while also picking up some side jobs doing like coaching work for a company called Bravis. Bravis was trying to do basically youth league esports. They were trying to be like the Little League of esports, like a parent pay system where kids would come and get coached by professional coaches. And so I was branded as a coach when I worked for them. And that eventually went full-time because when the pandemic hit, in-person stuff didn't work anymore. And we needed to shift online, and one of the only ways that we could think to do things was by using Discord and tournament organizing softwares to do online tournaments. Well, I was the resident tournament organizer. Like, my boss had, worked as a Little League coach and stuff before, and he knew how to do that stuff as well as anybody. But we weren't able to do stuff without my input on how to run tournaments. And that was kind of what kept the company afloat for a while, was just what we were getting from like colleges who were looking for online activities for their students to do. So since I was such a pivotal factor in that, they took me on full-time at that time. And another thing that we were doing was content creation. Because, again, we're just trying to throw things at the wall and see whatever we can do from home that we hadn't done before. So that was how I got involved with the YouTube stuff. And it got to a point after, pandemic times were getting better. It's not like they're exactly over or anything, but we're back to living much more normally than we were before. It got to a point where I was pretty much the only person who actually was continually coming up with content for the YouTube channel. And once the company ended up going under, they were like, hey, well, you're the only person who was using it anyway. If you want to keep going with it, you can have it. and so they just gave me full ownership. Ugh, this sucks. I need to get him in there and get some paint on the ground. I just can't paint it enough in time. Do you recommend any warm-up drills for aim? I have a video on that. It's a video called Learning Motion Controls, but I go into all of the drills that I do. And that's just kind of going to happen early on, where players are running weapons that are new, and so they're going to have worse performances than they would on their normal weapons. Like, I don't even blame them for having a rough game on Paintbrush. Like, I had a rough game earlier on Wiper Deco. Just one of the risks of playing early on in a patch. Man, we are not getting a lot of paint on the comps for splat zones. I'm the only one alive. Oh, well. I feel like I was getting frame drops there for a second. It's not going to impact my aim. I just missed, but... looked a little janky for a second. Well... we can stall zone out a little bit. Maybe we can stall it out a lot bit. Drop out here and die because they're a Nova, and I don't know why they're thinking that's gonna work. 3 down, so we can get over the side now. Oh, come on! Ooh, I'm probably dead here. No, we're good. The thing about the weapons they're using is they paint a lot, but they also don't control space very well. Like a Nova and an Arrow Spray, both very weak main weapons at fighting. So all we have to do is engage on them, and then they die, and they're not painting anymore. And that's why, even though they paint a lot, they're not seen very often, even in zones. If you're S plus 10 or higher, it sets you down to S plus 0. It doesn't matter how much higher past S plus 10 you get, you're just going back to S plus 0. Yeah, I wasn't expecting it to be very high. That's still almost top 500, geez. The zone's cheese weapon? It doesn't paint so well that it can just cheese the zone. Like, I call the big swig roller a zone's cheese weapon. Splattershot Nova paints, like, a little above average and gets inkjets. And inkjets aren't a particularly, you know, high paint special either. I would classify the... Okay, cat, please. This is not the time. There, you can stay there. That's fine. Just stay there. I would classify the Splattershot Nova as a weapon that is not good enough to have a niche. Because Ballpoint already paints really well and gets inkjets, and that's the only thing that you can say that's particularly good about the Splattershot Nova. But the Ballpoint also can fight, and has fizzy bombs, and is a long-range option that can also fight at short range. It's like one of the best weapons in the game right now. Okay, well... That's unfortunate. They were just painting for movement, and I probably should have seen that coming and moved out a little bit. Well, if we're going to be doing this, I'm going to come in and try and save your life. Oh. I didn't realize they were right behind me. That's funny. Okay, let's paint the zone, please. Nice. That's 2 down. Maybe there's one over here. Or was. Maybe they're not there anymore. Yeah, I think they're opposite side. Sometimes you just wait long enough, and they don't react in time. Like, it's one thing if they can predict when you're going to be there, but if you wait and make them react to it, they're a lot more likely to not get that in time. Well, where did you... Dodge rolls. I was not ready for those, and the camera screwed me up. Oh, no, 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 no. Okay, good, they didn't drop. That means we get to live. There's a crab out. We can just wait for that. We got time. Nobody's painting the zone. Nobody's even able to get on the zone. This is not going to paint the zone. We need to paint it ourselves. Okay. Saved it there. Probably die there. Crap. That's a bad idea. I knew I might be walking into something. We might have the numbers we need to paint zone now. Let's get this crab up here. I don't want to move too far past that wall because there's an E-leader peeking me. Oh, hi. Well, this is awkward, isn't it? The Tetras are doing pretty well. We're having a hard time dealing with those. I generally prefer a splatter shot to go up against Tetras, just for range reasons. Helps to also have to hit fewer shots, because Tetras are going to be rolling everywhere and making you miss a lot. Okay, we gotta go now if we're gonna go. Man. I just don't believe in the team comp that we had there. There's not a lot of pushing power. There's paints, but we can't get it to the zone fast, so... Yeah. I mean, not getting a splat with the crab tank is not a great thing. You'd probably prefer to get splats, but displacement is still value. If you're locking the enemy team down, forcing them to use resources on you, and still able to get out alive, can be worth. But nobody had a good game on that on our team there, so... What you want to happen with the crab tank is for someone to be able to push in and for you to be providing covering fire for them. Or for you to just, like, get picks. But getting picks on your own, you know, through unforced errors of your opponents is less reliable than moving your teammates in. Oh. I should have been looking for that. That's what you do on this map. You look for left side flanks. Hydra's back there. We'll get their attention. Ah, there's someone else with them. Shoot, I lost my idea. Oh, that's annoying. How did someone get there? I'm staggering us really badly there. Got a Kraken in, so let's try and move up with it. Nice. Player's gonna go down. Okay, we got one. Let's use this and try and displace the Hydra. Ah. Okay, someone tried to go in with me there at least, which I appreciate. But... there aren't any specials that are really going out to help get us in. Let's get control of this. How do they keep flanking me every time? This is a Hydra. Where are they? And how are we not clearing this out? That's game. I need to look at the replay for that and see where the Hydra came from there. Were they sharking on our plat or something? Like, that felt like I had my back to a wall and then I got flanked anyway. So we roll out here. Hydra's currently on left. Get up here. And I think the, somebody went down there. The Hydra... Oh, did they jump across and get up on our spinner in the meantime? Is that what so they used the Booyah Bomb to smokescreen that? They actually just jumped across and nobody saw it? That's crazy. That's the most aggressive play I've ever seen a Hydra Splatling make. I think I'm gonna call it there. I'm getting pretty hungry, and I don't play as well when I'm hungry. And it's also just been a while that I've been streaming, so it's a pretty good time to call it from there. I am going to go and raid out to... Let's go and raid... Let's raid Hammer. Hammer is streaming at the moment. Hammer plays for a team called Kingmaker. They're known for playing a whole bunch of brushes on their team comps. Might be trying out the paintbrush, I don't know. Be interesting to see what they think of it. Thanks for watching, everybody. Here are my links in case you're looking for anything else that I do. Should be showing up there in chat now. And we are ready to go and raid out. So I try to stall a little bit because whenever I raid out, I say bye, and then the bye part never actually makes it because of stream delay. So now we're raiding!